Sorry everyone, just getting everything set up. Alright, everything's pinned. Jesus. There it goes. Like the title says, we're gonna play some more Starfield. I'm gonna try to get all the achievements. Hold on. Alright. Jesus Christ. Hopefully there are no more distractions and I can actually get this going. Get this done. I like to turn it all the way down whenever I'm not playing. I can watch videos and shit. Normally I'd watch videos while I'm playing, but for some reason this game in particular eats, like destroys my... There is one video I would very much like to watch though. See, with this though, I don't want to see this shit. I want to see... Okay, this will have to do. I saw this shit blowing up on Twitter and I wanted to watch it. And I'm just gonna watch it. I don't give a fuck if it lags out the stream. I want to watch this fucking video. Oh, play.
Out to me for the first time in like 10 days, okay? 12 days, okay? She has, because she's blocked me in everything. And now she's like, oh, we should talk. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. We hop into a call. And I think like the first thing I say is like, I'm irritated by a couple things. One thing I'm irritated about.
Damn, this shit is lagging out super hard.
Is that my ex-wife has reached out to a ton of people. At least, I'll say at least 5 mutual friends have alerted me. I have no idea how many other are affected. Basically saying that I've lied about a ton of stuff and that I am abusive.
Yeah?
Where I guess abusive means I've lied before or cheated. That's like what abusive means now, I guess. Which is chill. You know, cool with that.
Well,
Sometimes we roll that abusive lifestyle.
I'll be a I wish. She's 12. Almost a teenage?
Yeah.
What?
That's so that's
no,
it's
no,
a little bit
nothing.
annoying
I'm
that
just out here to watch. I see.
every single
So-
person that Malena talks to, and then every single person Tim talks to, and then every single person that these two people
No
talk
better
to
play-
are basically being told
I know.
that I'm like an abuser and a liar and just like all sorts of other like insanely unhinged is a little bit, I'd say a little bit annoying. That's one thing that's irritating. And the second thing that's irritating is I don't like being called a liar. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have leaked anything the first time when I got upset.
The reason I want to watch this so bad is because I don't know if how many of you can see the writing on the wall, but the reason why Malena is reaching out is probably because she's gonna start asking for. She's gonna ask for money, which is what he's gonna say she did. Because later on, there's a Twitter clip that literally shows him saying that she asked for $100,000. So first she's gonna ask, and then she's not gonna ask anymore. She's just gonna take it. That's what I'm gonna get. That's what I'm guessing is gonna go down.
I probably shouldn't have, because I should have waited longer and typed out something more formal. I probably shouldn't have. But yeah, I would, yeah, I don't know why, yeah, I don't know why you would call me a liar. Over, yeah. Yeah. Does she actually weaponize therapy? Malena weaponizes everything. I remember we got into a fight in Vegas because Tim was spamming her phone saying, if you want to raise kids, you can't do it in a poly relationship or with an American. Like, just like random shit. And I'm just like, why are you arguing with this person about this? This is retarded. And then we got into a huge fight over this. And I remember one of the things she says to me in the fight, she's like, are you even on your meds today? Maybe that's why your mood is so like, damn. Malena, you're going in. I don't think she meant it. I think she was just trying to find shit like me, but it was a good insult. I'll give it an 8.5. Jesus. Who do the mutual friends believe? So one of the issues, let me say this right now, okay? I need to organize thoughts, figure out what I want to say, what I don't want to say. Because I don't want to just like leak all the details of my relationship. If for no other reason, because it's just dumb. And it makes everybody look bad, and it's just stupid. Like, I don't need to go over all of it. But just like a little update, I guess, on where my brain is at. Somebody asked, who do the mutual friends believe? I think prior to a few weeks ago, I think most of the mutual friends kind of believe Malena, because there's this like really irritating trend where, and listen, I say this to everybody, okay? If you don't believe me, okay, I don't know why I'm saying it to you guys though, because you don't have access to these people. It's like, if you don't believe me, go talk to other people, okay? And I have messaged people, I have asked people, do you feel this is accurate? Do you feel this is true? The issue is that, let me invent a story. This is truly invented. It didn't happen. There's no resemblance of reality here, okay? Let's say that like I'm sleeping and Mel comes into the bedroom and she has an air horn and she thinks it'd be a funny prank to like press the air horn, okay? Let's say that she does that and it wakes me up and I get so irritated. I wake up, I just slap her. I'm like, And then I chill for a second. I'm like, sorry. And then she's upset. And then I'm upset and we argue. And then we separate, okay? Let's say theoretically, let's say this event happens, okay? The way that this would work, okay, this isn't like tongue-in-cheek, I'm completely making sense, but like, to demonstrate a point. The way that this would work is, if I was complaining to a friend about Melena's behavior, this is what I would say, okay? I would say, Malena is super upset. She woke me up with an air horn, okay? And it super triggered the me. And I hit her, and I absolutely shouldn't have. That was stupid. I understand why Melena's upset, but like the air horn shit like triggered the me, okay? But like, yeah, I mean, obviously I probably shouldn't hit her, right? This is how I tell basically every story involving me and Melena's problems to every single mutual friend, and has been for the history of our relationship. When Malena tells a story to a mutual friend, Malena will say, yesterday I played a harmless prank on Steve and he hit me for absolutely no reason. And I think he always like harbors these feelings against me. I don't know why the he would hit me. I don't even know if I feel safe here anymore. It's horrible. That's how Malena tells stories. So for the history of our relationship, every single mutual friend will get like I try to give like the most balance I can. And then for Malena, it's like the most one-sided, unbelievable collection of facts. It's just like unreal. So the problem is that when Malena goes and talks to mutual friends about things, and then I talk, Malena always sounds like the good guy, because like I'm trying my best to do both sides, and she's just dumping on me. Yeah, so it's just like, it's very f***ing annoying.
Mel. It's Mel
now
time.
That I've had like way more time, I say way more time, it's like 2 weeks or 10 days, 12 days. Now that I've had like more time out of things, and then I'm looking back on things, and then when I review things with friends, I can see that this like pattern has been so strong and so unbelievably like transparent in the different approaches to things that it's just like the most wacky shit in the world. Sorry, so today my shit was delayed. Like I said, has she done this with you about other people? Yes, Malena does this to everybody. One of the things that I complained to the therapist about, I also make these complaints to Malena, but Malena never acknowledges any fault or wrongdoing with anything, which is frustrating. But one example of this was like Darius, for instance. Malena was 100% unequivocally wrong and exaggerated / lied about everything having to do with the Darius situation. But because it ended up in a place where she didn't like, she emotionally rewrote the entire history of their interactions to make it seem like Darius was like a clingy, abusive loser the entire time. I won't go into too many details of that because, like I said, I don't want to like. I have to figure out like which stories are relevant, like because I don't want to do this whole like, oh, I'm spilling everything. I just want to have like this. I just want to fight two really widespread impressions that really bother the out of me. One is that like I'm this horrible, abusive, one-sided, terrible person that Malena like escaped. Okay, number one. And number two is I don't know how many people now have heard insane things about me behind the scenes now. Because holy when I talk to some people and I'm like, have you heard this story? And they're like, yeah, isn't this when you did that, and that? And I'm like, is that all you heard about this? That drives me crazy. And then
I don't like that he just passes up over the Darius thing. I hope that he I hope that he goes over it into a bit more detail, because I don't know if any of you remember the Darius situation, but basically Malena made Darius look like he was a hold on. I gotta figure out which speech choices. Get rid of Cole or Sam, whatever the fuck this guy's name is.
I am. Yeah, there felt like every little. Now I just hope I. Yeah. Let's see. For my father, imagine being the first, and now. Oh. Well, I hope the stuff they publish. Here. Listen. Well, I see your parents. I spotted it. Hey, I'm gonna pick things up. I'll keep my eyes. I don't know about you, but it felt till we meet again.
Okay.
Yeah? I'm more than ready.
The reason why I'm bringing Sarah is because I want to get the achievement for romancing a companion, and since I'm playing as a good guy from now on, Sarah is going to be the best option. There's only like 4 out of an entire universe of people. You can only romance 4, and Sarah's like one of the only females. If you're a bad guy, you have to pick. I think her name is Andrea. She's like a little assassin, Beirut cultist, and then if you're a good guy, you have to pick Sarah. Kind of a bummer.
The word and we'll get underway.
What do you call it? But yeah, to the Darius thing. So during that whole drama, Malena was like poking fun at and shitting all over Darius for the situation with his dog, which was pretty much he adopted a dog. The dog had parvo or something, some disease that would have costed a shitload of money to take care of.
Set up shop here.
Darius didn't want to put the dog down, and Malena wanted Darius, or Malena made fun of Darius for not just killing the dog straight up. And Darius got pissed off because he's like, why would she treat me like this? Because they had already slept together and done drugs together and shit. So Darius thought their relationship was somewhere else when Malena was wanting to pull away. So then Malena goes on this fucking crusade with all of her gross simpy followers. And their whole goal is just to make Darius look like a psycho. So they make fun of him, they shit all over him. They say, oh, you know, you're just a drug addicted fuckboy. You thought this was something it wasn't, blah 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 blah. And then Steven here just threw him up under the bus. He just threw Darius right up under the bus. And the reason why I say he threw him up under the bus was because he didn't say anything in defense of Darius. He just kind of let Malena run around with the narrative. I think he pushed back on one stream. Basically told her, don't get me involved, because if he got involved, then he was going to tell it how it was. But by not telling it how it was, he super fucked Darius over. And I don't, like, this is obviously going to become a topic of discussion later on. So I don't know why he wouldn't just go into it fully here. Yeah.
And 3, I don't like the fact now that Mel and Tim are on their streams, like, basically saying I'm lying about things, which is also driving me crazy. It's like, I'm not lying about it. Why would I lie about anything related to our lives that is so easily verifiable? I would be so stupid to tell lies about these topics that you have told everybody about, because everybody knows them. Tim is the meme text guy or whatever. Yeah. You do give off low-key abusive partner vibes. Yeah, I do that because of the way that I talk about my relationship and the way that I express myself on stream. The reality is I'm a complete fucking pushover on every part of my fucking life. Well, no, that's not true, actually. I'm not anymore. I just was in my relationship, but that's done. Thank God. Okay? Holy shit. You say this is largely a Mel thing, or do you think this is a meme text guy thing? I don't know how much I'll get into that, but one thing I will say that
Oh shit, I'm out of fucking health packs.
Is I think almost every single initial read that I had of Malena was incredibly accurate, and I'm very upset that I let so many people push me off of what were really strong gut feelings about my wife that I spent 5 years with. I know who this person is. I think Malena is incredibly intelligent. I don't think I think that like the Tim guy, and we might get into this more. I think he is like an abuser or manipulator, but Malena has all the power in that relationship. And in retrospect, I see like how everything works, and everything makes so much more sense when I go back with like my initial gut feelings and everything. Now I understand everything. But in this other world where I have to say like, oh, like this is happening, blah blah blah, I have to like, I'm being very vague on everything. Sorry, I have to put together. Yeah, I'll put together more. I'll put together something in terms of what I want to say on that. Yeah. Yeah, fuck. Has this shifted your perspective about the Bob 7 stuff at all now? No. Bob 7 was also a piece of shit. Who was talking mad shit about me behind the scenes. I don't even know to this day if I've ever publicly revealed why I knew he was talking so much shit about me, but it wasn't all through Malena. There was a lot of stuff that I knew he was saying about me. So it wasn't even all Malena on that. Destiny. This is giving me I am such an empath vibes. Usually people who say they are pushovers in a relationship are the ones doing the pushing. I agree with you. I agree with you 1,000,000%. And listen, if at the end of the day, you don't believe any of the shit I'm saying, then go for it. Knock yourself out. I don't, listen, yeah, believe what you want. Didn't we know the Bozemies? It was more than that. It was people that were never brought up even. Yeah. The thing that I'm trying to skirt the line right now on, because I know like a year from now, or actually a couple months from now, why did you let Darius get dragged if he wasn't lying about the Mel situation? Because it just wasn't. I usually don't intervene in other people's shit when it's personal, because I don't want to drag like personal stuff. Like I argued with Mel behind the scenes, and I think I talked to Darius behind the scenes. But when two people are fighting personally, like if Erudite and someone else, or like Nick and somebody else had a fight, like I'm not gonna sit here and bring out like the private, like, well, didn't you say this privately? That's just not my place to do it. It's not. I never feel like it's my place to do it. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Does the therapist know about that trait, talking shit to other people and Mel? Yeah, of course. It was one of the huge things that would come up over and over and over again. But she always had like an excuse for everything. I'm just trying to think of like where I want to, because there's just like one or two quick things or whatever to run over, and then I might like I'll probably do a more comprehensive thing. Why do you think that she isn't going to leak or talk shit? Malena will not leak or talk shit about any of this because she knows that everything about this makes her look like a f***ing satanic demon. She knows that. She's threatened it 1,000,000 times, like, I'm going to start leaking everything. Oh, yeah, let's go. Okay, if you really want to, holy f***, because my reputation is already zero in regards to our relationship. Everybody thinks I'm a horrible piece of shit. If we want to start leaking shit, we can do it. She knows that shit is horrible. And her reputation has always been spotless insofar far as like relationships is going. Like, she knows that. That's why her and Tim were like, wow, we're going to talk about it when we're ready. No, you're not. You're going to say shit. You know you're not. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. The only things that I want to do though is I want to make sure that like I don't want to be thought of as a liar. That irritates me. I don't like the idea that the impression is that like I'm an abusive person, and I want to give like a very broad accounting of like things that have happened because I don't like the impressions that exist of me like relating to a lot of the stuff. But what I have to like be careful about is I don't want it to be like I hate Malena, which I do, by the way. That bitch. She has everything that's coming to her. Thank God. But I don't want it to be like, because I hate her, now we're leaking 6 hours of like our private life to make her look bad. That's not like my goal. And that's not even for her. I don't care about it. It's just, it reflects poorly on me, and it's not like the character that, I don't think it's becoming of like high character. Yeah. So I have to like sort through like what I want to do on that. If you say that Malena was scheming, why did you want to briefly hold on to the relationship last week? So, what am I looking for? God, just making sure I'm not like end up saying something I don't want to ever elaborate on later on. What happened over the last couple of days? So, fuck. What am I? did you believe Malena over Darius when they had their drama? Did you just take Malena straight at face value? What? No, I never believed Malena. That's why I didn't say shit about it publicly. I don't have shit to say. I wasn't fight over it. That was also their fight too.
Set aside anything useful and just leave the rest.
Yeah, I want to. Yeah. Oh God, I shouldn't have said anything. No, I guess. Basically, okay, so here's like, I'll give you this is like the really, really broad macro, and then I'll figure out how I want to like talk about this. Because it's probably, when I do this, it's going to be like an hour or at the most talk, and then I'm moving on from this, okay? This isn't going to be some huge back and forth fucking league war. But something that I've said is that for a long time, because of my background and everything, I try to assume all the responsibility for everything, because if there's a problem and I can't fix it, then I just say, okay. In some ways, this is really beneficial for work. In some ways, it's really not beneficial, like personal relationships, because sometimes it's hard for me to assign accountability, or it's hard for me to realize, like, okay, well, I'm putting in like 99% of the effort here, and they're putting in 1%. Like, I need more. This is not like a equitable exchange of who's trying to make like a particular thing work. That was a huge problem that I ran into with Malena. The two things that I was like balancing my head on or trying to balance my head was either like Malena is like this really kind of like toxic, manipulative, like piece of shit who's like super self-centered and is like actually about as smart as I thought she was, and is like really good at kind of like aiming in intelligent directions and being like manipulative and doing things like for reasons that make sense. Or on the other end, she's just like, she's still growing, she's like emotionally developing, some other person is like kind of with her mind a lot and like confusing her on a lot of things, and she just needs time to like sort stuff out, and she's just kind of like easy to take advantage of for blah 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 blah. So I was kind of like rotating between these two worlds. I think on December 7th, Malena and I had another conversation here, and that conversation ended horribly. I was beyond triggered. And I told her she had to pack her shit and get the out. By the time I got home on the 9th, she needed to be gone with all of her shit. I didn't want to see her again. I needed her to get the out. So that was the night that I started. I had a short conversation with her in DMs. One of the things I hate the most is that like Malena is so smart what she's trying to do, and I give her props for it. Okay, I am unhinged. Okay, that night on the 7th, I'm literally like, I'm off. Okay, I'm completely gone at the seams. And then I start DMing her, and these are rough DMs. Okay, I'm like, you selfish piece of shit, blah 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 blah, and all of her responses to me are like really cold, pretty loving, in like a cold, detached way, very logical, and she's also like denying some things that like she's fessed up to in the past. And I'm just like, fucking, you obviously don't blah 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 blah. Yeah, I'm like, I remember thinking at the end of this conversation, like, this conversation is unhinged. I look like a crazy person. But whatever. You know, we do that shit. I don't want to go to sleep because I don't even want to fucking see her. And then I start like typing shit in chat, which I shouldn't have because I was stupid. I just start like typing shit, leak shit. I shouldn't be saying anything because I should take time to calm down and blah blah blah. And then afterwards, I fly off to where do I go? I go to LA to hang out with a friend, and then I do 2 shows. What am I doing? I'm doing Jubilee, and I'm doing that Whatever podcast. And while I'm there, I've got like, I think 2 days separation between us. At this point, for the first time in my life, now I'm soliciting feedback from a ton of people to try to like adjust like my priors and try to figure out like what's going on, blah blah blah. At this point, I send like a huge apologetic message to Mel saying, listen, I shouldn't have leaked anything at all. I understand I make your life difficult right now. I'm being really unhinged. I think she had me blocked on all the socials at this point, so I passed the message through Nino. I'm like, listen, like, I understand you can keep me blocked for as long as you need. If you want to reconnect or chat, we can like figure things out, or not, like whatever you're comfortable with. I understand, blah blah blah. That was like my message to her. Then I came back to the US, and then I had a meeting with Stacy, our therapist, because I'm trying to figure out, like, I can't tell if, because Malena always tells me, like, I love you, I'm trying to work on this, let's do what we can, blah blah blah. And then all of our mutual friends are like, oh no, Malena loves you, Malena really does, she's trying to blah blah blah. I'm like, okay. A lot of the actions make that really hard to believe. I was like, well, that's because you've been so mean to her. It's like, okay, well, she does like a lot of really shit. Like, yeah, but that's because of you. And it's like, okay, maybe, but like some of this is really hard to explain. Well, that's because of 5 years of trauma. It's like, okay, maybe, I guess, right? It's all good. So I talked to Stacy, and Stacy's like, yeah, like you should aim for this outcome instead of like f***ing everything up and then doing this outcome. And I'm like, okay. I have like a 3-hour meeting with her. I have like a 2-hour call with a friend. And I have my shit ready to go. I already had the manifesto made. I have already got everything typed and ready to go. I typed it the night that on the 7th when I told her to get the out. I already had everything put together. And then I come home and I look at it. I'm like, okay, me. Take a deep breath. Still your wife. Let's chill. And then I do the cuck stream. Okay.
Did you hear that?
Come on, and I say I shouldn't have leaked anything, which is true. I shouldn't have, because I wasn't like in the right headspace for it. I say I shouldn't have leaked anything. Chill. Yeah, and I think I'm just basically apologetic. I leave the door open. You know, if Malena wants to connect again, that's fine. Blah 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 blah. And then I stop, and then we go stream. We do whatever.
You want to put in,
After this,
but if you let me,
I noticed a few passive aggressive, I think tweets or something from Malena.
well, how about
If you guys ever wonder why I
you're
have
known to be handed
such good relationship advice, because I know every mistake to make, and I make all of them simultaneously. So obviously, I've created dummy social media accounts to follow everything, just to see what's going on. Obviously, okay, yeah, I know all the unhealthy tricks, okay, because I do them, okay. So yeah, I'm following to keep tabs on everything. Well, let's see what are we tweeting about? What are we storing about? And I see like a few, yeah, I see a few passive aggressive messages like, "Man, feels so good to be back in." You're like, okay, whatever, bitch. Okay. But that's fine. I say my piece. It's whatever. We do my birthday party thing. I'm chilling. Okay. No happy birthday from Mel. Stings a little bit, but you know, maybe she doesn't remember my birthday. It's all good. And then I think I'm chilling.
I hope he was memeing there. Why would it sting? I don't understand. Like, fuck that. Fuck that bitch. I don't understand why you want so much contact from. I know that I got him to say that he's a simp for Mel, but come on, man. Come on, bro. This woman betrayed you in every sense of the word betrayal, and you're still like, oh, I still love her. Like, ugh, ugh, big ick vibes.
Chilling. I'm okay at this point. I left Mel in a good spot. I go to stream, and I think we're just streaming. I've got like friends that are coming over. Everything's cool. And then we start rolling. And this is when I find out a lot of people start messaging me things. And then I'm getting like messages from things that she's saying to other people. And these messages are like, I'm so glad I got out of there. I never want to go back to this horrible blah, blah, blah. I realized how much of an abuser he is, and he was always like this, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm seeing some of these messages. And this was in response to the cuck stream I did, where she was like, he shouldn't have even done anything, and I can't believe that he even went live again and tried to make everybody sympathetic for him. I'm like, the fuck? And then after this shit, I start getting it. I'm like, okay, hold on. Do you remember when Sansa says to Littlefinger, she's like, she uses his game against him. She's like, sometimes when people or whatever, I like to play a little game or whatever to like assume the worst intentions. So then I like go back. I'm like, okay, let's pretend that like my original hunch on how Mel was moving for the past 2 months, what if that was like actually true? And then when I go back and I retrofit on everything, every single action that I thought she was doing for a particular reason, everything makes sense. I'm like, yeah, me for letting every person talk me out of this initial assessment of things, where then I realized like, yeah, I'm still being kind of vague. I'll figure out how much I want to say with this in the future. Sorry. I'm just getting to today. Past all of that, once I see that now she's like reached out to God knows how many people, even the therapist. No, I'm not going to argue with my therapist. But yeah, once I see that she's reached out to God knows how many mutual friends, who the everybody in Sweden probably thinks I'm like an abusive, horrible piece of shit. And I'm like, okay. I don't even know. What do I do past this point? Let's see. That would have been 14th, 15th. What have we done the past few days? I think I just stream. I think I feel good again. I feel good after I see those messages. Oh, I remember what I do. I see those messages, and as soon as I see that, I think it was on the 13th, I'm like, okay, this. Run to the attorney, and I say, divorce papers, print them up, and then, I tell Mel, these need to be signed by Monday, end of day, or shit is going to get catastrophic. We're done. sign the shit, get me the f here. So that's what happens in the background for that. So we do, yeah, papers are signed, notarized, all that shit. And then papers
Damn,
are
there wasn't
filed.
shit in here.
Court accepted everything. And then the next, let's see. I'll say that
Oscar.
today, today, Malena reaches out to me for the first time in like 10 days, okay? 12 days, okay? She has, because she's blocked me and everything. And now she's like, oh, we should talk. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. We hop into a call, and I think like the first thing I say is like, listen, if you want to argue or have a chat about anything, that's fine. However, one of the things that, okay, let me give this piece of advice to people, okay? And I fully admit I might just be really Death Note brained or debate brained or attorney brained or internet drama brained, or I don't know, okay? So I'm giving you this warning, okay? I'm giving you this warning for this piece of advice, okay? I'm so tired in my life of people weaponizing feeling statements against me, and I'm so fucking tired of friends both sidesing our disagreements, because a lot of the disagreements that me and Malena will have or have had historically are statements of fact. There's no room for disagreement here. And I hate how many people will say things like, well, I understand you said this, but she feels this way, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, we're not arguing about a feeling right here. This is like a true or false fact. I don't understand how we're having a both sides perspective on this, okay? Record shit, log shit, have shit. Don't let people do that to you, okay? Don't let, and I'm not even saying they're gaslighting. They're just trying to be understanding of both sides. But like, it is important to establish like a fact pattern before you develop like narratives and feelings and opinions of them, okay? That's really important. I've gotten a lot better at that, especially over the past 2 weeks. Holy shit. Well, in regards to my relationship. For everything else, obviously, I'm fine with this. But just in my relationship, I was like super blinders on for this. But yeah, so basically, Malena reaches out to me. We have a call, and she basically tells me that I owe her for money for her apartment. And that if I want to do what's moral, because I made her leave the United States and pay to fly all of her shit back, that I should pay her like $100,000.
Jesus.
Like, you're out of your mind. And the way that this conversation starts is, and this is the funniest thing. Initially, she'd like sent this message through a mutual, and then I responded back, and I was like, oh no, like maybe Tim can get a job, and you guys can, work for this money, good luck. I was very passive aggressive. I admit that. I sent a really nasty message when she asked me for that. Just to be clear, it was like, hey, remember you told me you don't care about the money, you don't care about my help, you don't care about me doing taxes, you don't care about any of that shit. All you want is somebody to cuddle with you for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Well, there you go. Now you got it. Good luck. Figure it out. I'm sure you guys will. Power of love will, help you with your paperwork. 100%. Okay, because that's the only thing that matters. Remember, it's the only thing that matters in life. I was super passive aggressive in that message, but then when the call starts, Melena's like, this call starts. She's like, I just want to know where you're at, and I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, well, I want to know where you're at because of that message you sent 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, well, I'm at the message that I sent 1 hour ago. And yeah, we argued for a bit about this. And then it's just like a 40-minute call of, and now that I've like grown into like Neo when it comes to our relationship, now I can see like every single lie and every single like pivot and every single attempt, like every single thing. I'm like, well, do you have a log for that? Or can you prove that? Or can you show that this happened? Because I have a whole bunch of stuff that says the exact opposite. And it was just like lie after lie after lie for things that I've let her lie about in our entire relationship that drive me insane. Yeah, and it felt good. It felt good to pick the bullets out of the air. Again, I'm not gonna like dive into like everything, but I'll say, for instance, one thing, because this was kind of public already. Something that I've said about Malena is that Malena emotionally rewrites everything. So, for instance, so now when she talks to people about me, I've always been an abuser. I've always been a horrible person, blah, 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 blah. She emotionally rewrites the history with everybody based on her current state. Or she'll rewrite the facts based on her current emotional state. So one of the things Malena starts telling me is like, you owe me this because I abandoned all of my stuff in Sweden for you. And it's not fair that like I moved to the US and gave up so much and I abandoned so much in Sweden for you. And I'm like, no, you didn't. You abandoned New Zealand for me. And she's like, no, I abandoned Sweden. I couldn't go back after I blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no, you hated Sweden and you abandoned New Zealand. And I know this, and then I start pulling logs from the first year of our relationship, because the first year or two of our relationship, all of the fighting was over her not wanting to leave New Zealand and hating Sweden and then having to come to the United States. And there are so many logs of that. There were even logs when she went back to Sweden. She's like, I hate it here. I hate Sweden. It's such a horrible place. And then when we would fight, she'd be like, I can't believe you pulled me away from my dream place of New Zealand. And she's like, well, that's not true. I married you so that we could be together in the United States. I was like, Malena, you were engaged to a guy in New Zealand 2 weeks after you went down there, okay? Everybody thinks that like I cucked her out of Max or whatever. Malena was engaged to another guy, and then she also was dating Max. There's a whole other guy that was involved there. I don't know if he ever gets brought up, by the way. But
Jesus fucking Christ, this relationship is a fucking travesty. She was engaged and dating 2 other people, and then Steven took her from both of them? What the fuck made him think this relationship was ever gonna last? What the fuck? She had the capacity to leave her fiance for fucking Steven? So Steven thought that she was gonna be, what, a loyal fucking woman throughout the rest of their relationship? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? That's a fucking nuclear bombshell. I don't know if that's been public. I didn't even know that. I've been watching Destiny for fucking years. I didn't even know that was a thing. Good lord.
But whatever, you know, run with your assumptions. But yeah, I was like, Malena, you got engaged with this guy immediately so that you could live in New Zealand forever. And that's what we always fought about. Yeah, and she was trying to say that like, yeah, you pulled me away from Sweden. Like, bro, you never liked Sweden. You're like, this is a new thing that you've decided because now you've got like a new group of friends in Sweden, and now you're gonna say that like you've loved Sweden the whole time, and I like blah 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 blah. But that's like, yeah, that was just like one example. It was like 45 minutes of her trying to lie. I would say probably gaslight. I think it's accurate here. She's trying to make me misremember events so that she can manipulate it for her purpose, so that she can like win an argument. But I'm just like, at every point, I'm like, well, do you have a log for this? Well, can you show me this? Do you have any proof for this? Because I've got a bunch of stuff that says the opposite. And then we've got a third party in the call, and she's like, well, what do you think about this? Like, shut up, Steven. Don't shut up. Shut the fuck up. And obviously the other third party is like, well, I don't know. Like, Malena, do you have like a log or anything else or whatever? And then Malena's like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Clearly he's made up his mind. And I'm like, okay. She says that like 50 times. Like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. This is clearly over. And I'm like, okay. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Unreal. Unbelievable shit. The, what was I thinking of, yeah. And then her conversation is like unhinged. This is why she's like, you surround yourself with people that just suck up to you all day, and nobody challenges you on anything, and you're emotionally stunted child, and you don't understand how any blah blah blah, and like even Stacy says this about you, even she has said that like you're a horrible person, and she knows that I'm right about everything, but I'm like, no. Good one, Chief. I was like, Jesus. But anyway, that was today. Why does she need the money? That'll probably never come up because that's just not my place to say. But hopefully the other guy can go get a job and they can work and be happy, and yeah. I explained the best. Is your money safe? Yeah, my shit is fine. Paperwork's already filed with the court. Even if it wasn't, even if she wanted to fight for it, which I can't imagine she would. I live in Florida. It's a low cost, or not low cost. It's a short-term marriage, less than 10 years. And Florida's laws are already disfavorable towards short-term marriages. Plus, you hit him with the infidelity thing. Plus, she didn't make any sacrifices to her career. We don't have any joint assets. We don't have any kids. Like the likelihood of like, even if she wanted to fight and like splurge like $50K for a lawyer, there's just not much there. I already called and consulted with 3 different lawyers prior to doing anything to make sure that like, do you think that like blah blah blah? And she's like, no, she's still been working. She's earned more money over and over again, but like there's no shot. Yeah. Yeah, but
however, then I'm afraid.
damn. Are you still getting paid back for the tax stuff? Despite everybody telling me one thing, I do trust my gut sometimes. The day before we went into therapy, I had like a 15-page document that I had made to get ready for therapy, to go over everything. But the morning of, I was like, let's go to the bank and get my money back. Because I don't think this is going to help. And I was so right on that. Thank God. Fucking Christ. Oh. So I got all my money back. How's that guy broke as a famous TikToker? Don't they at least get high-paying sponsors and brand deals? Maybe. But the problem is he was famous like a year or two ago, and 10-year-olds don't have the most disposable income, so.
Got him.
Dealing with you.
Yeah, but I think that's all I got for now. I think we're good for now. There's no way you drove it to the bank to get your money back before therapy session? Correct. We walked. What about the meme tick streams in Swedish? I think that he just streamed and he said that like there were lies about the logs that I released. Oh, okay. I'll say this much too, because that came up in the convo today. Because I was curious, like, why are you telling people that I'm lying about things? She's like, because you've been lying about everything. I'm like, okay, both of us have known. It's like standing in an elevator with one other person and farting and saying you did it. Like, what do you think I'm lying about? And Malena's argument was that I lied about paying for rent for her other boyfriend that she moved in without telling me. And she wouldn't let me explain anything because she just kept screaming at me. I was like, okay, blah, blah, blah. So technically, Malena is correct in that. And technically, you could say that that's a lie. I didn't actually pay for that apartment. But I'm pretty sure what I even said, I think when I was leaking logs in chat, was I'm talking about the fungibility of money. What I'm saying is that, and I think I might have even said this in chat, is that if Malena lives in America for free, and I pay for everything here, and then Malena goes to Sweden and she uses her money to pay for another person to live with her, well, it kind of feels like I'm paying for that guy. That's kind of the feeling that I got because of the fungibility of money. I'm pretty sure I even said that as much in the chat logs, but she was like, you lied about that. Probably to try to make it sound like I lied about everything. Which, yeah. But anyway.
Well, not everyone would. Thanks to your
Yeah, I think,
So that's something that you want to tag along?
yeah. I think that's like about, I think that's like all I want to say. Oh, I see meme ticks in chat. What's up, buddy? Oh, UML might be watching me right now. How's it going? I'm trying to be as respectful as I can as a human being, okay? It's hard. It's a hard, I'm Vyvanced out. That's the real reason. Thank God for these ADHD drugs. Because if I wasn't on Vyvanse, oh man, dude. That manifesto that I had put together like a week and a half ago, that was some spicy shit. And I would have filled that shit the fuck out. It would have gone hard. Chilling. Just trying to like be a chill guy. Figure my shit out.
I wish he would pull him onto stream. That'd be such good fucking content. Destiny versus the cuck the cuck versus the guy that took his wife.
You said you'd be okay expressing things that are big changes you want in a relationship. Would you still be okay sharing it? No, because it's all like really gay shit. Like every boundary, every new thing that I had is like stuff that's like so embarrassing to enunciate. I don't even know if I would ever say it with a new partner. Like one of the boundaries that I had set was that like it cannot be that you can never relationship dump or vent every one of our problems onto a mutual friend ever again. That was like one of the new boundaries. It's like I don't even want to say that. That's embarrassing. I shouldn't even have to say that. It's just like embarrassing to say. I remember like 3 or 4 weeks ago when I was trying to write out like, okay, well, if I continue my relationship with Mel, like what are the boundaries that have to change going forward? And I was trying to like write these things down. There was a friend that I was talking that I spoke with a lot on this. And as we were writing these down, she like slapped me, okay? As I'm like through like boundary 2. She's like, this is like the dumbest shit I've ever seen you write in my entire life. And I was like, and then she's like, write these like you were suggesting it to somebody else. I'm like, okay, you're right. Because yeah, the leeway that I'm giving is like so stupid. But yeah, dumb.
Jesus
Destiny, you
Christ.
said, normally I don't care about money, but after realizing that she had let that jobless loser move in her apartment for free without telling me, I felt really annoyed paying anything for her because I was basically subsidizing this toxic loser. Oh, thanks, true. Okay, I did say that. Shouldn't doubt my original statements, true. Okay. My initial worry was that like, initially I thought that I'd fucked everything up way too much on all the relationship stuff and it was all my fault and I fucked it. That felt pretty bad. Then I felt like, well, fuck, I feel like I'm losing my partner to like a clearly like manipulative, abusive, toxic person. That felt really bad. And then as I started to reflect more, I'm like, wait a second. I feel like I'm like stuck in like this insanely toxic, one-sided, stupid, crazy, fucking wild show. And then when I started to go through like situation after situation after situation after situation after situation after situation with other friends, I'm like, this is fucking wild. And then past that, I was like, well, hold on. This is retarded. I could do so much better than this. And then that's when I realized, I'm like, because then I take stock in the rest of my life. I take stock in my friendships, my hookups, my everything else. I'm like, everything else is like going so exceedingly well. This is like one source of like insane drama and tension and misery for my life. That at that point, it actually feels fine, I think. Yeah, I can like bounce. Yeah. So I actually feel that when I said over the past like week or two, where I'm like, I feel fine. I wasn't like coping or lying or like trying to mask myself. I legitimately do feel fine because I'm like, past this, like the idea that I can like go out at night, I don't have to worry about like if I don't text somebody overnight, they're gonna lie and say I ghosted them for 5 days and tell everybody that I'm like being abusive. I don't have to worry about like, did I tell somebody like the right information about a person ahead of time, or else they're gonna say it's cheating if I told them the like something different. Like there's just like it's just like so simple in terms of navigating my life right now that I don't have to worry about like getting in trouble or getting screamed at or having like 50 million retarded fucking things happen. Yeah. Last week you said you'd be open to getting back together. Is that still an option? Probably the only way I would consider getting back together is if Malena comes to me with a medical slip showing that she got a lobotomy, and then I would consider it. But yeah.
I'll coordinate things here with Miss Reyes. With masks, presumably you're.
Okay, well, this is not how I saw this going.
Yeah. Bring up the suicide riz. Sadly, I only used regular riz. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out where my character is at right now. Hold on, I'm not getting baited.
This is bullshit.
I'm not gonna get set up.
This is
I
bullshit.
do the setup now, okay? I do the setups now. I'm in control again, alright? Yeah, okay. How did it take you 3 years to realize all of this?
Excellent question.
I think it was just the initial problem. I think I guess if you vibe with this problem, the reason why I don't like talking about this problem though is because somebody in chat said this correctly, and it is true. Most of the people that say this are the exact opposite. Malena did this a lot. When somebody's like, I give so much to everybody around me, I'm taking care of other people all the time, I wish somebody would just like take care of me for once and blah 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 blah. 99% of the time people say shit like this, they're like, you are the energy vampire in the room, okay? Everybody is falling into the black hole of your energy sucking, okay? Like, it's really f***ing annoying to hear people say that. But yeah, I would say that my issue was my biggest issue in my prior relationship, and this is 100% my fault. And actually, I did do this a lot in public relationships, but I've gotten better about it, is the boundary setting, where if there's an issue, I just assume that it's always my fault, and then if they make a mistake, I assume that it's still my fault because they made a mistake because of something I did, and then I'll give like infinite allowance for my partner to make infinite mistakes, and then I just assume that all of them are my fault because To be fair, like Mel also drilled that into my head a lot, and all of our mutual friends drilled that into my head a lot. Steven, she's traumatized because you did this. Steven, of course she feels this way because 4 years ago you did this. Well, of course she's gonna say that. 3 years ago this happened. Well, of course she still feels this way. 5 years ago you did this. Of course, and I'm like, me, maybe, yeah. Maybe like the 400th mutual friend that Malena has dumped our entire relationship to that now doesn't want to be friends with me anymore. Maybe this is also my fault. Yeah, maybe every single thing, like that's like the cycle that I was in, which feels retarded. And I say this humblingly or arrogantly, I guess. I should be smarter than this. Yeah, but now that I'm like out of it and I look back in retrospect, I'm like, obviously this is stupid. Like, why the f would I? Yeah, but yeah, okay. Are you gonna let that meme ticks guy trash talk you in your chat? Listen, meme ticks is the one that's sitting next to the atomic bomb right now, so listen, I got a ton of healthy friendships and relationships in my life right now, and every single person that Malena's ended up walking away from, she has demonized the fuck out of to every single person in her life, including people that never deserved it, which is the vast majority of people in my life, including Eris, including Darius, including Vera, including at one point in time, basically every mutual friend that I've ever had that has stopped showing up on stream. Yeah, so listen, you know.
Jesus.
Godspeed. Are you ever gonna go on people like Brittany that bought that one-sided shit hard? Nah, I don't care. Nuke me, bro. You have nothing. Well, if you're inviting it.
Come on.
No, I'm not feeling
Come
well.
on.
No. Nah.
Damn it.
I have that report that's due.
Come
I
on.
have to think about like everything that I want to put in. I'll do one meme, okay? We'll do one meme, and then I have to think about like what I want to talk about, what I don't want to talk about, okay? No, fuck, I shouldn't.
Hey, you should be getting close. Looks like it's somewhere near Athena Tower. Zoe says there's a junction box on the building's exterior. I'm not sure why she knows that. One
No,
never
fuck,
knows
I
what
know I shouldn't.
information might
Because I know there are things, that if they make any statements at all, they're gonna lie about. And I think I want to let them lie first. So I'm not gonna say anything, I'm sorry. We'll just chill. Because I don't know why, I don't know how this happens. Everybody that gets close to me, including Malena, they always like think I'm so stupid. And I guess for a long time I am. But then they'll lie about things or they'll do things and it's like, do you really think I don't know that this is happening? Or you don't think I've talked to this person? Or you don't think that I've seen this thing? Or you don't think I might be logged into this thing? Or you don't think I might not know about this? Like, it's so stupid. And I've even explained to Malena in the past, like when I know somebody's lying, like I'll let them lie and like see where it goes and see what happens or whatever. And I don't know, I don't know why nobody takes me seriously or does anything. So yeah, I don't know. It's dumb. I don't know. Who knows? Stupid. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I feel like I think that's all I got for now, I think. How does it feel to edge 15k people? I hope it feels great because I got my meds refilled this morning. I got a new prescription for 60 milligrams of Vyvanse, 30 days. My first one, 90 days. I feel great, okay? Why do you think, oh my God, a medication question? Why do you think it took you this long to think about and seek stimulant treatment for ADHD? What triggered it? Honestly, a friend just offered me their medication for a week, and I was like, fuck it, I'll try it. And I was like, oh shit. How are your relationships with your mutual friends? Right now, really good. All of my, all of my friends are like super good, super chill. As a guide, we have to accept there will be some shit thrown / broken, at least some pushing / shoving, screaming, and other behavior that would be super problematic if a guy did it. I'm in this situation right now wondering, oh, this is another thing I figured out. I hope I can do this. There's gotta be like sane women, okay? I think that screaming and touching or throwing, I think those should be like relationship deal breakers. I think you should get like maybe one of any of those, and then after that you can walk. That shit is wild to me. I can't believe I let people do this shit. I think that's a good walk thing. Every woman does this. There's no way that every woman does this. I don't believe that. Can you define screaming? When you're in an area and then the other person starts screeching as loud as they can to make you shut up, knowing that if they keep doing it long enough, the cops will be called. I don't mean like somebody's like, no, I don't mean like somebody like raising their voice, like shouting. I don't know how to explain this. I'm sure men might do this too. I've only dated women, so I've only seen women do this. And not everyone I've dated has done this, by the way. Because this is ultra unhinged shit. But like when people are arguing like, oh, you're like shouting and blah blah blah, that kind of thing, that's different than like, yeah, the high pitched like where you're just like screaming to make the other person shut up and then to eventually get either the cops called or somebody to come and knock on the door. Yeah, that's a manipulator 101 thing. 100%. Yeah, I think that's like I think you should get like one of those. I'll grant maybe even a once per year. once per 2 years. I think you get a 1 per 2 years of those. And then maybe like a once per 2 years throwing something, I think. Maybe. And that's it. Past that, too much. Yeah, but I think raising your voice is fine. I think that's okay. I think, yeah. Yeah. What are they playing? League of Legends? 10, all bets are off, you know? I have a literal recording of Destiny saying he hopes I off myself. Yeah, I definitely said that. Yeah, and I do. Listen, I just want you to be a man of your word, okay? If you're gonna threaten to, I think you should follow through, okay? I think that's fair.
Based.
This dude is wilding in your chat. How are you threatening me with a ban? Oh, listen, we're just chilling, okay? Invite him onto Discord to debate.
Yes.
I blocked him on Discord a
Fuck.
long time ago. You wanna know the? I'll do one more meme, because I'll probably include this in. One of the wildest things ever is so obviously as Malena has cut more and more people out of my life because she's ruined these relationships completely for me because she decides at some point that, oh, I'm gonna invent every single part of our relationship drama for the past 5 years to this new girl that Steven is talking to, for who knows what reason. But I'm sure there's a good justifiable reason why she does it. Yeah, and sometimes I'll ask her like, hey, don't you think that you were like totally in the wrong in this and maybe you should like talk to this person so I don't have to like never see them again? And she's like, no. Yeah, after, I think it was like the day after the Tim dude got caught doing like the 5th like manipulator abuser 101 tactic thing, Malena was like, maybe everybody would be more comfortable if you reached out to him and chatted, just so that he feels like more comfortable with you. And I'm like, why the f would I do this? And she's like, well, you know, and then it's like the whole like, you've traumatized me because of 5 years of stuff and you've done all this stuff and it's like you've made me feel so bad and blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, fuck it. So I actually reach out and we have like 2 days of like autistic conversations. And I'm just thinking like, why the f I don't even know why the f I'm entertaining this conversation. And then afterwards I asked Malena like, do you think you can like talk to any of my friends, you know, the relationships that you've ruined for the girls that didn't threaten to kill themselves? And Malena's like, maybe in 2 months I'll think about it. I'm like, okay, based. Jesus. Oh my God. Good times. Why did you let it get to that point? I already explained this like over and over again. I just like, I mind myself into thinking like, I guess it really is all my fault. Cause I have done like shitty things. Don't let me mislead you. I've not been a perfect partner in this relationship. Like I've definitely made mistakes. Like yeah, definitely. For sure.
I picked it up on one. I'm just pleased. Check back with me from. Hey.
You hurt Mel so much. Why does she stay in a relationship with you? Isn't she half the relationship?
Ask whatever you
I have like theories on that, but I don't know if I'll ever share those. But it's literally, here I'll help you. Let me send you down a good road, okay? Go look at every single thing the Red Pill has said about like what Malena would want from me, and you can eliminate all of those options from anything you think it might be. If you want to start, okay? Jesus Christ. I wish it was like, it was just a green card or money. We would have no relationship issues, you know? Jesus.
Bye for now.
Does Malena know any big nukes that she can ruin your life with? Not really. Basically everything about basically like every single thing about me is public. I've seen her like threaten things to some people. Like one that she said is like, well, when we were arguing or when you were on stream, like you said that Tim should kill himself. I was like, yeah, I tell everybody to kill themselves, okay? And she'll probably say that like, well, sometimes when we fought, like you call me a fat, where we fought. It's like, I suck enough to call people fat. Like these are like the worst things. That I actually am into urethral sounding. Maybe that'll come out. Or what was it? Electrode, prostate, anal stimulation, or some shit.
Ew.
Was there physical violence? No, there's never any of that shit. Unless she beat me up in my sleep. If there was ever a time of physical violence in our relationship, I will own up to this. If there was ever a time of physical violence in our relationship, one time,
Hey there.
I think I was
Always nice.
danger mode. I think I was playing League of Legends off stream. And I think I was on like my 12th loss in a row. Okay. Mathematicians studied my OpGG for things that should have been more statistically improbable than the sudden heat death of the universe. Okay. So I was on like my 11th or 12th one. I think I was coming out of my room and Malena like walked up to me, like give me a hug or whatever. I think I like get away from her, pushed her away. I like walked to the fridge. It's probably the most physically abusive our relationship ever got. I think. That I can remember.
You would love it. I made a deal with her, but it never showed up. Security guard.
Mr. Mitten said the same thing.
I submitted
maybe.
all the... And really? I need to get my...
Are you afraid that she might just ruin every relationship you have going forward, regardless of the divorce? Well, I imagine that like for... there's no way that I have like any Swedish friends, because every mutual friendship there is completely destroyed. I think her entire family probably hates me, which is kind of sad, just because her dad is cool. For her sisters or whatever, we're never gonna get along with them. Or no, not even that actually. Her sisters are fine. We just don't. But her dad is cool.
Saying I should be worried?
Every Swedish influencer, anybody that she or
I hear
Tim
there's
talks to,
some sort of citizens group trying to
yeah,
whenever
probably
it's
thinks I'm
And it's not like they're
unhinged.
coming.
Oh, I never finished the one thing. Oh, to wrap a bow on all this. This was another thing that made me realize, like, fuck, Malena's smarter than I realized, or as smart as I realized initially. And she's crafty. And I really did understand what was happening the whole time. There's other people gaslighting me out of it. That last night when she was on December 7th, and I was totally unhinged in DMs, those are the full DMs that she started sending to everybody. And I looked insane. And I'm like, fuck, that was pretty smart. That was pretty smart. I'll admit it. I was like, damn. I look crazy.
Jesus.
But, yeah. Do you think the relationship was doomed to fail from the start? Kind of. A little bit.
The answer to
For
that
a
is
reason
yes.
that I actually said over and over and over again, but I let her and everybody else convince me that it wasn't true.
Unless we're picking up parts at Deimos. or
That
digging
the,
for minerals. I hope you have a good reason for
I'll think. I'll figure out what I want to say on this, because I'm not gonna say like it truly isn't like this is just me here to blow up Malena. I'm not actually, as much as I would love to do that, I'm not actually like trying to. Yeah, I don't know. I think that me and Malena want very, very, very different things in life. Actually, you know what? Actually, I think I said it. I think I've said it a million times, perfectly, over and over on stream, and I will say it one more time. If you are 30 years old, you should probably date girls that are like 25 and older. It's really scary when you date somebody who's 20, because when somebody's that young, they don't really know what they want yet. And especially from 20 to 25, you do a lot of growing, you get into real relationships, you do all this stuff. By the end of like this maturation process, right, when you hit your mid to late 20s, what you want might be completely different from when you're in your early 20s. And by the time you've hit 30, you probably roughly know what you want. What I want right now is about the same thing I wanted 5 years ago, about the same thing I wanted 10 years ago. Like, if you look at like the history of like the girls I've dated, there is like a large overlap in terms of like personality types and shit. Like, I tend to like aggressive girls that are relatively intelligent, that are like very independent, that have like a very type A personality, that are like pretty aggressive. Like, yeah, like all of these like things are like, roughly speaking, yeah, don't like, I probably socially left, political views doesn't really matter much, yeah. All of these things are like roughly true. But obviously for Malena, because of the huge age gap, which again, another red pill thing, people are like, oh, you dated her because she was 20. No, her being 20 was probably one of the larger sources of conflict in our entire relationship. Yeah, but I think her being young and then growing up and realizing she wanted something different was a lot different than me growing up, and it's like, I'm still grown up and I kind of want the same shit, yeah. Yeah. So I think you should always
Right now, we're just going around completing activities,
yeah,
so
you
I
should
can
always
get
be
the
careful when you
achievement
date
for
really young
completing
people,
30 activities.
because yeah, anything could fucking happen. Yeah. If you were to go back in time without knowing the future outcome, but with the personal growth and boundaries you have now, would you and Malena still have gotten married / her move to the USA, or would it have ended way before that? I feel like that answers your doomed to fail statement better. we got married so that she could move here. I don't like dating people long distance. I don't like, that sucks. That's like the worst thing ever. The reason why we got married was so that she could have a green card, so she could move and be in the United States. So I probably would have done that process again, because how do you do a relationship long distance? It's like, it's not even like a real thing to me. So that whole process probably would have been the same. Although the paperwork and the lawyer fees and the lawyer visits and all the shit involved in that was such a fucking headache. Holy shit. Yeah. Like I said, I think 3 weeks ago, I thought that he was like the problem on everything, but then I realized that like Malena is so much more in control of stuff that goes around, goes along around her, that I realized. I was like, oh shit. Very crafty, very clever. Which, hey, mad props. That's good. I respect it. I respect the hustle. I don't want to talk about this again until I have like the shit written up that I want to say. So I'm just trying to make sure that I'm just like looking for a question to make sure I'm not like missing anything that I want to say now, so that I don't want to like stretch this stupid shit out. I get on streaming for a night. Hand prop. I'm gonna go finish watching Steins Gate. Why are you protecting her so much still when she isn't doing the same for you? Serious question.
True.
It's a matter of my character. And there's a little bit of an imbalance to where Malena shits on me relentlessly in private, and it's a little bit different when I do it in public. And I don't know if I don't know if it's fair to compare the two. Yeah, I don't know. That's a question that I've actually been dealing with quite a bit, because she'll hold it over me a lot, where she's like, I've never done this publicly to you. That was part of the reasons why I apologized like 2 weeks ago. She's like, I've never done this publicly ever. And I'm like, that's kind of true. And that kind of does make me feel bad. But it's like, you have said this to like over 100 friends of ours, and I don't even know how far that information is stretched. So yeah, I don't know. Would you revealing the full stories lead to those mutual relationships being repaired? What happened when you tried that? For me to go to the level that I would need to repair all of the mutual relationships, I would have to give so many details about my relationship, which I'm just not interested in doing, because it's just like so much. I don't need to give like a whole personal breakdown, blah, blah, blah. I've already had, oh, thank God. I've already had people reach back out to me that I genuinely thought, well, they did hate me forever, and I thought I would like never hear from again. And I've already had at least 3 of those people reach out to me again. Like some people that I hadn't talked to for years, which was actually really cool, which felt really good. And they were like, hey, I just heard about this thing. Just curious, but this actually sounds exactly like what happened with me and Malena. And I'm like, yeah, this isn't even referring to you. And it is exactly what happened with you and every other mutual friend that I've had with Malena. Yeah. So that actually feels good. So I feel like if I could just like say enough.
I don't get why he would let it go on for so long. Hold on, I'm getting up to get some fucking salami, but I don't get why he would let it go on for so long if he knew it was happening over and over and over again. Typically, like, anytime he's in some kind of semi-abusive relationship, he fucking ends it almost immediately. And I was like, okay, we're done, fuck you. Blah, 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 blah. But for this one particular person, for just Melly Mel, she gets to do whatever the fuck she wants. That's right, Beans. Not Italian, but I fuck with salami. I fuck with raw, uncured hard salami.
To where there's going to be people that are either in Sweden and don't know about me, don't give a fuck about me, which is fine, whatever. Or people that are like really close friends with Malena, that will never believe anything I say, which is, I guess, whatever, that's fine. Here's one thing that I will say, okay? This is one thing that I will say, is if you ever hear anything bad about me, if you ever hear anything horrible about me, please, for the love of God, ask for a log or a receipt. Because every time, because I have had a lot of conversations with friends, and they said like, yeah, Malena said that like this happened, and this person said this. I'm like, really? Did you actually see like a screenshot of that? And most of the time it's, well, no, she was just telling me what happened. And I'm like, interesting. You should have asked her for that. Maybe next time do it. Or they'll say, well, yeah, I saw a screenshot of the message. And I'm like, really? And you didn't have anything to say about what Malena said right before that? And they're like, well, she just showed me like this message. It was like, you know, it was just like cut out. And I was like, you didn't even see the full message
Nice.
window? And they're like, well, no, it was just like this. Like, don't you think it's interesting that you didn't see anything that came before? So I'll just say that, like, if you have like issues with me, or if you've ever seen me say anything, if you're a streamer influencer, if you've ever seen anything that where it just seems like I'm being completely unhinged for no reason, or a friend of mine is being completely unhinged for no reason, you should, if you give a about being honest or being truthful, which a lot of people don't. I don't even say that like facetious. Like some people just don't give a fuck, which is fine. Also, I understand that. But if you do care about it, you should ask for like more context. You're like, well, what caused this, or why did this happen? And if the context starts with 5 years ago, you're being fed horseshit. Yeah, that's what I would say.
What I don't get is why you would allow this shit in the first place, bro. I'm just gonna keep reiterating that over and over again. I've never been in a relationship where I thought it was okay to talk shit about me to
When you said that there are
friends
50
or
Bob
family
7s,
or
were they all as
anyone else.
conniving as Bob 7? Because that implies a lot about the people. Oh no, there were a few of those. When I say there were 50 Bob 7s, what I just mean is that there are like a ton of people that Malena has dumped every single detail of our relationship to, that go on to like talk to other people or do other things, and I'm like, and then end up hating me. That's what I meant when I said there are 50 Bob 7s, at least. It's just like unhinged, unbelievable shit. Like, why are we doing this again? Well, it's because you traumatized me 4 years ago. Okay. It's because you cheated on me 2 years ago. Okay. Whatever. I'm trying to figure out like what I want my work-life balance to be. There's a couple of ideas that I'm floating around in my head. But I also, now that my apartment is open and I can actually fucking use it, Jesus fucking Christ.
It sure counts for something. I mean, you're alive.
Unreal, bro. Like half of this apartment, like girls weren't allowed in while Malena was gone. It was like an unbelievable situation. Holy shit, that she wasn't even paying rent on. Are you serious? But that's I'll decide if I want to talk about that more or not. But yeah, now that I have like my full apartment available to me again, and now that I can invite people over, yeah, there's like a ton of people that want to like hang out and do stuff and shit. So now, yeah, I don't know. Well, no, I'm just gonna say no. If you're talking to me and you're a girl and you think we're gonna date, the answer is no. It's never gonna happen. Don't think that, okay? Because yeah, that's gonna be the new dramatic shit that I'm trying to like figure out in my life. But yeah, I don't even know what. I don't know what that'll look like. Right now, I'm just focusing on work, on 5 ants, and then once I get to 150, we'll get back to the gym, or 145 maybe. We'll see how much weight we can anorexia off our body. Remember when you said a high-value person will always be in a relationship? No, I'm pretty sure what I said is if you find people past 30 that are not dating for years, those people are almost always fucking crazy. And I still stand by that. Also, I am fucking crazy. Obviously. My life is insane. Why are you still trying to rebuild the bridge with Sneeko after he trashed you and your ex-marriage? Why do you want to rebuild a bridge with a piece of shit? That's kind of like, who the fuck said I was trying to rebuild a bridge with Sneeko? Did she throw her on psych terms? Yeah, about a year ago, Malena.
That comment was just fucking retarded. He's been shitting on Sneeko like daily. What fucking evidence does this person have that he's trying to rebuild the bridge? Made no fucking sense. Also, I'm gonna have to put the salami back because, bro, my mask is starting to smell like fucking salami. I can't tell if it's because of my breath or if because the salami is hitting the mask. Alright, I'm putting the salami back. Hold on. Before I eat this whole fucking package. I am getting a drink though.
Welcome to Keltpur. Again. Look. Oh my lord. You aren't here about Mr. Okadibo's debt to Kelkor. Oh, this is so embarrassing.
Malena started using all the psych terms, saying that I'm gaslighting, that I'm denying her reality, that I'm abusive. Yeah. Remember, there's no such thing in relationships as people being mean. It's always abusive. It's always abusive. Don't forget that.
You'd be willing to help.
Did you actually cheat, or is it just her reframing? No, I've definitely cheated, 100%. Absolutely. But like,
if you can get
fuck, how do I want to?
Tough city. Watch yourself out there.
Okay. Here is what I'll say, okay? Sometimes it feels like a lot of the rules that exist in our relationship are set up for me to fail. Let me put it that way. So, for instance, Mel could theoretically... So, like, here's a thing that we've said before on panels, right? If you want to hook up with somebody, both partners have to have somebody to hook up with ahead of time and blah, 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 blah. In reality, there's actually like 5 million different rules that I have to follow. I have to say it ahead of time. That person has to also say it to Malena, I guess. Malena has to be in good standing with this person. They can never have said anything that is even possible to interpret as bad about at any point in time. I have to tell her right after it happens. I have to respond to her text enough during the day that it happens. There's like a million different qualifiers where if I don't do any one of these, it's like game over. So like, for instance, like this has happened several times. I might tell Malena, hey, there's a girl that I'm going to see. I'm flying to San Francisco, probably gonna hook up with this person, blah, blah, blah. And if I do that, and if we hook up and then I go to sleep and I wake up the next morning and then I tell her, that's cheating. She'll be like, why did you lie and hide this from me? And I'm like, so like, I'm not gonna get into like all the details of all these, like, that would be an example.
Like, this is a relationship that you were a part of, that you were okay with, that you wanted to be in, that you wanted to have open fucking whatever the hell this is.
It was all a up. But there was like a ton of like these little bumps that like happened along the way that were very annoying. Because on Melena's end, she might be traveling through Europe with 2 guys and they could be full time and she won't tell me unless I ask. I'm like, did you guys like end up hooking up? And she's like, oh yeah, we did. I'm like, okay. I don't really care, but it's like the imbalance is like very annoying. And that was like a theme of our relationship, like over and over and over again, where there's like 52 million different qualifiers on like my end. Otherwise I'm like up. Yeah. That was a really annoying thing to deal with, because then the perception is every time we talk publicly is always like, oh yeah, like Steven is a cheater and a liar and he's done these horrible things. And Malena never, bro, Malena cheated and lied plenty of times in our relationship. Plenty of times in our relationship. I just don't give a because I don't care. Like I remember one story where I don't know if these matter as much. Like I remember this time where Malena was like, I don't want you to hook up with this girl on the last day that you're there because we're gonna hang out the next day and it makes me feel weird. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. Stupid, but sure. And then I don't. And then she calls me that night and she's like crying. This is like 4 years ago, I think. She's like crying. She's like, oh my God, like I told you not to. And then I hooked up with 2 people and I'm so sorry and I cheated. And I'm like, I don't even give a fuck. I don't know why you care about this. Like we're in an open relationship. Why the fuck do you, like, why the fuck do you care? I'm annoyed that I didn't last night, but like, who cares?
2 people? What the fuck?
Yeah, but that was like, this is like the level of like stupid shit that is like existing on like both ends of my relationship. I'm like, what? Like, this is so fucking retarded. I will say how did you under that? Well, because eventually what would happen is I would hide things. I would just like stop saying things. I would stop talking or whatever. Yeah. Something that this is like a boundary that I had for Malena when I let everybody mind into thinking that she still wanted to be married to me. This was like, I think one of the boundaries that I've written going forward. I was like, if we're going to do an open relationship, which I'm only going to do open relationships, okay? If we're going to do this going forward, here's the new rule. If we're apart, we can whoever we want, however we want, do whatever drugs we want, do whatever the we want. And then when we come back, or if we're communicating, we like tell the other partner. And that's it. Full stop. And if you don't like that, it doesn't work. We're done. Because as soon as somebody tells you, like, oh yeah, well, we're poly, but he can't sleep over too much, and they can only have 2 glasses of wine, and they can watch movies, but not rom-coms, and as long as the girl isn't too old, and as long as blah, blah, like, as soon as you try to do, like, any open or poly shit, and there's, like, 50 million qualifiers, I'm like, this is retarded. Because, like, every single thing is, like, set up to so in my opinion, in my uneducated opinion, because I've only done like one quasi-open poly relationship, if you're gonna do like an open relationship, there has to be like, if partners are getting like jealous or possessive or upset like that easily, then you have to be like, this is stupid. Like either don't do it at all, or like it's gotta be completely open. Like it can't be like all the dumb ones. It's so stupid. In my opinion, that's what I think is, yeah. I think if you're gonna do like any type of shit like this, like both people have to be like very, very, very secure in like everything going on, in my opinion. It's one thing to say don't be sleeping with people who hate you and trash talk. It's another thing to set weird pedantic boundaries, and frankly you shouldn't need to set boundaries because decent people would follow them. Yes, true. Well, kind of, like half true. Like there are some things that might be worth like spelling out, I think. Yeah. Now that you're free to talk, is it actually true that Malena slept with girls most of the time? I'm trying to think, maybe because I was trying to share so many mutual friends with her.
Don't know why this motherfucker's health
It
regenerates.
was true that
so
like
we're just gonna go straight to a
didn't have an
weapon.
interest in like fucking a ton of people. For some reason, like yeah, the Red Pill people always thought that like, oh, Melena's like out there fucking like so many people. No, that was a fight that bled over on the stream, and that fight was very real because it was very frustrating for me because like Malena could like hang out with the guy or do whatever, and she has no idea if she's gonna hook up with them or not, and then that means I can't hook up with anybody, and more often than not, she's not hooking up with them, and I'm just like, well, me, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's actually pretty true of most.
I was
women.
there
Even
live
women
for
that I
that
talk to that are
fight.
in poly relationships, most women just don't that much. It's pretty rare, even for the women that I like. If I had to guess, this is wild to me, but if I had to guess, like the average body count of like the woman that because I've started asking now that I'm in the Red Pill space, I'm just kind of curious. It's like probably like 7 or 8, which is wild to me because like, I'll be like hooking up with a woman. I'll be like, you seem like you enjoy this like a while. Like, when was the last guy you hooked up with? And they'll be like, oh, like I had really good sex with my boyfriend. He gave me up super well 2 years ago. And I'm like, why would you not be on Tinder like every day? But yeah, but it's usually just like sometimes I go on Tinder,
Not
sometimes
everyone
I'll find
is
guys.
fucking mentally ill and
The most
requires
common complaints I hear is
constant
usually
sexual
they're
stimulation, you fucking goober.
usually they're kind of like either pushy, clingy, or just like weird. They're like fumbling on some dumb shit, and then they like lose interest for a month or two, and they just don't like have that much of a desire. It seems like even women that are super wired for sex, if you put it in front of them, they'll jump on it and they'll really take it, but they don't like go and seek it out. I have met a few women that do. I have met a few women who's like, hey, yeah, like I just 3 dudes, okay? Let's go. Let's go. But most girls, yeah, are even the ones in my circle are fucking way less than I would imagine. But yeah, it's probably just. If I had to guess, it's probably just that because there's like a bigger risk for women on the sex part, they just don't seek it out as much. Because it's like not worth the effort. Like also probably because for girls like most new partners are not worth it anyway. Because for women like most new partners suck. Like guys come like 98% of the time, and women come and one night stands, isn't it? It's less than 50.
I'm gonna be straight up. Maybe getting into something that's a little too personal, but if you're a dude, for the love of God, if you want to make a woman stay with you and not seek out sexual gratification from toys or from other people, you have to learn to chill the fuck out when you're fucking. If you go too fast, you're gonna make yourself bust, and then she's not gonna come, and then she's not gonna be satisfied. I promise you, holding back until she busts is not gonna kill you. That's just from my perspective. Like, if you're fucking a woman, for the love of God, make sure she comes first. Whether that means slowing down, taking it easy, going back and forth, switching from hand stuff to fucking bad shit, like just taking it easy, bro. Just take it fucking easy. Because as a dude, you can bust pretty easy from sex. Me, I've fried my shit. I have to like go at it for like 30, 45 minutes before I can. Which is both a blessing and a curse, because with my wife, I can always make sure. I can always make sure. But it doesn't always feel good when you can't make your partner bust. But anyway. I'm just gonna say, make sure the woman comes first. It's a little bit difficult. You know, it's a little bit harder. You gotta learn the female body a bit more. My go-to is just play with her clit. Or just ask her what she likes beforehand. And then you can get her there, you can get it done, and then you can bust. Yeah, that's what I'd say about that.
50% of the time, I think. Yeah, it's like cringe. So yeah, I don't know. You realize lots of women probably lie about it too when asked, right? Oh, true. My bad. Oh, actually, every woman I fuck probably has a body count of over 100. They're just lying all the time. True. My bad. Yeah. Was she not hooking up just so you would be able to? No, I just, like I said, I just don't think that most women just don't have the desire for it that much, which is, again, like I said, I think it kind of makes sense because most casual sex or one night stands for women is kind of shitty. Most sex happens in relationships, and it's just not worth like the risk or the gamble or like the effort to like dig through Tinder, go on a date with a dude, see if he's like creepy or pushy or weird, and then like, you know, it's just like not yeah. Yeah. Do you think this happens because you were the first guy she's with that fucks more than her? I don't want to get into, I don't know if I want to psychoanalyze Malena shit that much. Was your relationship poly or open? What even is the difference? Well, our relationship started as polyamorous, and then it definitely became open for reasons. And then I think it became polyamorous at some point, but I wasn't filled in on that. And then it became dead. Yeah. Kind of a wild ride, I would say. I wasn't always filled in on what exactly was going on with my relationship at any point in time, but yeah. What does a poly relationship mean? I think a poly relationship usually means you have romantic relationships with multiple people. Now, what that looks like in practice could be you live with 2 or 3 partners at once or rotate houses, or it could just be you have strong emotional attachments to people that you fuck frequently, or I don't know. Listen, it's all relationships, whatever you want them to be, okay? So it's never bothered you at any point. No, I just don't care much about like, here's the thing. This must apply to everybody. In some respects, I think I'm pretty exceptional. And then in other respects, I think I'm really normal and I'm gaslighting myself. Here's the thing. This is what's worse to me than cheating, okay? If I find out, well, I say worse than cheating, but I don't care if you f people, so that doesn't bother me. What I just don't want to find out is that you've been shitting on other people. That hurts me. I imagine that's got to be the same feeling as you getting cheated on. That's how it feels to me. Like, if I find logs of you,
my
like,
mask now smells of salami
and then
and
we're hanging out, you're like telling me that you love me, or you're like, you know, trying to be chill or whatever. That hurts. That's in my world, that's cheating. Like, the fuck would you do this? Yeah.
Painful
What would you like? What do you want?
Do you ever see yourself being actually poly, like multiple romantic partners? I'm gonna be honest. You know one thing I've considered? If I could be like the poly side partner, maybe that would be like the perfect role for me. Because then those 2 people can go date whoever, and you just like tag me in for threesomes, or have the girl chill for a while. Maybe that's like my perfect role. Come hang out with me for a little bit, and get the f go hang out with your guy. Yeah. How do you not get jealous if your partner fucks other people? Genuinely curious. I don't know. I wish I could explain it, but I just don't process the feeling. It's very hard for me to empathize on it. I think I can sympathize on it, but I don't know why I would. I don't know what the feeling is there. Do you have a disorder? Yeah, it's called attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
I'm sorry, Yes. I work for the scientific division of... Are you
What time is it? 9. Okay, I'm done by 10 for sure.
Look, I have a lot of...
Would you cuddle with a woman on a one-night stand? XT, what is the main fun there? Being only fucked does sound fun, so what is the thrill to seek for a female? First of all, I love cuddling. Okay, I'm on an expert level. Okay, S-class cuddler. Okay, I cuddle better than anybody ever been with, and then I'll fuck you. Better than most of the people you've been with. Maybe not everybody though, but yeah. No, cuddling and like being physically close and like chatting and shit, I think is fun. The ADHD meds made your marriage fail? Unironically, kind of yes, but that was kind of a good thing. Yeah. You're probably the little spoon too? Not usually, but I will be. Bro, somebody wants
My
a
wife
little
is
spoon.
stealing all my stuff.
Yes. That feels awesome. Why would I not?
What are you
Someone's
doing?
offering. Of course.
Hey. Not you, Bacon. You can stay right there.
I suppose most men are not that cuddly,
Above
so for
us.
one night stands, seek some cuddly time must be rare. Yeah, maybe, yeah. I don't know. I just don't think women are that interested in one night stands, period. It's just not like a... Or not that many are. Or it seems like the type of woman that is. They're either outside of my
100%.
circles completely, or that's just an exceptional
Hopefully there's something
person that
juicy.
is looking for
We
for
got
the
all the
woman's
juicy
side.
stuff out.
I think that everyone has some level of possessiveness over their partner. It translations into exclusivity when you feel the bond more strongly. No, I mean, like, I'll have, like, levels of possessiveness. Like, I can feel levels of possessiveness. So, like, here are, like, things I could vibe with. Let's say me and my partner say, oh my god, it would be so cool, like, Interstellar is coming out in theaters, like, next week. We should go watch Interstellar. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Like, let's say that my partner would go watch Interstellar with somebody else instead. Or I'd feel like, oh, well, that's kind of shitty. What the f? Like, I can feel that. Like, I'd be like, oh, well, this sucks. Do you get jealous over anything? Yeah, of course. There would be things that I could imagine things like that I would get, or I'd not even imagine. Like, yeah, there are sometimes if like or if you want to hang out with your partner and they're like, well, actually, I want to go hang out with this person instead, or whatever. Like, oh, well, go. Yeah, like I think that would. Yeah, for sure, 100%. Why movies but not sex? I see it as like, damn, why would you want to someone other than me? The same way you were like, why would you want to? Well, if we like scheduled sex, if I'm like, hey, I really want to tonight, and then your partner's like, I'm gonna go somebody else tonight, then I would probably feel really shitty. I'd be like, the fuck? But like if you're not like scheduling sex all the time, if you're not like, yeah.
Always preferred working. Now this,
Yeah, imagine you tell your partner, do you want to do on the Rift? And they're like, I'm busy. And then you find out they're like, not even solo queuing, but they're doing with another support. The f.
Yes, indeed.
she should be at work.
Like when Mooten would go hide on his ult and duel with another AD carry? Who's Diamond 1? Like, excuse me? Perry Lawrence, $10. How do you ask a girl about / for an open relationship if you / her have never been in one before? I think that open relationships probably have to start at the beginning. I cannot imagine opening up a relationship without it always being a disaster. Well, it won't always be a disaster. You would either ask and then it would be okay, or you'd ask and then your relationship would end if they don't want to do it, because now you've shit up. I feel like asking somebody if you want to do an open relationship is like going up to a girl and saying, I really want to shit out of your best friend. Can we have a threesome? And if she's like, no, now you're that's what it feels like. Yeah, I don't know. Do you feel like your views on relationships or sex have become jaded over time? No, I don't think so. I like relationships. I love relationships. There's a reason why I've been dating basically every single month of my life since I was 17, okay? I like being with people. I like having somebody to sleep next to. I like having somebody, like, when I walk in my apartment, I want to, like, touch somebody or, you know, give somebody kisses or, yeah, I don't know. I think that having somebody around is, like, super ultimate, like, ultra fulfilling. Like, living alone for weeks and months and, like, not having, like, just another, like, warm, cuddly body to share space with would drive me insane. I feel like I just sent, like, half of you down, like, a fucking suicide route. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But, damn, yeah. Get a dog. Or you can get a dog or a cat. There you go. Sorry. Why does it have to be the same person? I mean, it doesn't have to be. Hey, no, we're not doing this anymore. Repeating the same message 50 million fucking times. Okay. When did you realize that traditional relationships are not for you? One is just like, being a variety of people is really fun. And then two is I hate feeling like I am like the sole source of somebody's certain type of attention. It is the most stressful thing in the world to me. If I feel like I'm the only person that can provide somebody's like romantic or sexual fulfillment, it's just like, that's a lot of pressure. Because sometimes I get stuck in work, sometimes like events are happening, sometimes like shit, sometimes I'm just on the move, sometimes whatever. It's just like too much. It's like way too much pressure
is
for me.
a fucking
Even when I go to like
stressor
events
for
and shit, like I'll DM like people and I'm like, listen, because they're like, oh my God, like, do you want to come hang out? And I'm like, listen, maybe I'll show up. And if I do, okay, it'll be fun, and if I don't, just keep doing your thing, okay? But like if it's like, yeah, having like multiple people relying on me for like emotional shit or whatever, that's just like a lot. I don't mind doing it when I can, but doing it yeah, like that's just oof, I don't think I do it. I think that does Vyvanse affect those feelings? Actually, unironically, yes. Let me say this. I will say this. Holy shit. If you have trouble maintaining focus or being attentive to a person when you're out to eat with them, bro, Vyvanse actually changed my life for that. Ironically enough, Malena is now addicted to TikTok. So when we were hanging out publicly, she was on her phone all the time. But I'm like zoned in. I'm like, hey, what's up? We can chill, we can chat. I don't have to pick up my phone like every 2 seconds. The Vyvanse unironically changed that a ton. That's like a relationship saver. I'm not even joking. Yeah, holy shit.
Fucking
So
cat hair in
Vyvanse,
my mouth.
Vyvanse also helped me with a lot of
Poking me.
fights. I don't think I'm irritable.
Little
Like
bastard,
ADHD
he's scratching
irritable,
himself
but maybe
right
I am.
now.
I'm not
Just
sure.
saw him do
But
it.
being on Vyvanse, when I would get into fights, you know how I'd say like I need 6 hours to chill out, otherwise like, hey, I'm gonna lose it. And when I say lose it, I mean I'm gonna tell you to kill yourself, to pack your shit, get the out of here. I'm gonna stab us both. Like I can't do this right now. You're fucking fighting. I don't. Yeah, I think sometimes people think when I say like I'm gonna lose it if I don't have time to chill, I think people are like I'm gonna be like, oh, like you're making me so upset right now. No, I become unhinged, like super unhinged. I'm not joking. But on Vyvanse, I'm like super chill. I like see through. I can see through the matrix. I'm like, yes. Oh, I guess. Oh, I can leak this fight. So many of our fights are so fucking stupid. The Matrix fight that I saw through when I first started. This was when I was on Cherry's Adderall. I think me and Malena were talking about something, and I realized because I suck at one of the things I suck at is words of affirmation. I'm so bad at this. Not only am I really bad at this, I don't value it at all. It means nothing to me. I hate them. I'm a way more action-oriented person. I just don't care. I don't care. Unless you want to give me like a meaningful compliment. Like when, like if you want to compliment me something I worked hard on and you're like, good job on this, then I'm like, thank you. But yeah, like having a partner tell me like, oh, you're so handsome. It's like, yeah, obviously you think this. You're not gonna say I'm ugly, bitch. Yeah. Jesus. But when I was on Vyvanse, it was easier for me to kind of like think about this more. And I remember I was chatting with Mel in DMs, and I think I said something like, oh, like, hey, like I know that it's been rocky a little bit, blah, 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 but I just want to remind you like, oh, I love you, blah, blah, blah. And after I said this, Mel looked at it, and Mel was like, you never say this to me. Why are you saying this right now? I can't believe you're just saying this. It was like some shit. And I looked at this, and for like 5 seconds, I was like, what? This is why I don't ever fucking say shit to you. Everything's a fucking... And I saw that, and I was like, you know what? You're right. I understand you're upset. Bro, the shit that I was like typing, and I looked at it afterwards, it was literally like the Neo picking the bullets out of it. I was like, I have no idea how I didn't lose my fucking mind there. Yeah, so the message being, like, I think it's if you do have ADHD, if you truly feel like it, and you're considering medication for relationship shit, unironically, I think it's like it could be a game changer if you've got like big problems with that. Yeah, unironically. Do you ever think about what your relationship would look like if the internet wasn't showing all the time? I don't know. My relationship style would probably change, or maybe things would be different if it wasn't so public, or like so my life wasn't so like hectic. Although I will say, it's on one end it's like kind of annoying, and like people will look at my shit and they're like, oh my god, like people have made 5 million videos about your divorce, and oh my god, like everybody's talking about. And in one end it's like it's kind of annoying, but then in another end, bro, when I get into like drama or fights with people, and it's like, and they start like they're on their shit where they're like, well, I'm gonna reveal this shit, and it's like, you wanna get into a leak off, bro? What do you think you could possibly leak about me? Like, my whole life is on the internet. Like, yeah, I don't know. So in that sense, it's a little bit relieving sometimes, because it's like, yeah,
why
there's
right
all
when I'm
weird
about
shit
to...
that's like lurking out there.
Right when I'm drinking, that's
and
when
I also feel like
they
if I dated
spawn
somebody,
in.
I try to keep it secret. I feel like there'd be like a whole drama over like trying to uncover like, oh, who's he dating, or who's out in the background, or who's this, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, bro, that just seems like it'd be frustrating. But also, I don't know if I did another relationship. I don't know if it would be public or not. I have no idea. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it. I'm not even thinking about relationships right now. Yeah.
I hope to God he keeps his next fucking... I hope, honest to God, I hope he keeps his next relationship offline. Oh, hey, the dog's chewing the wire. What wire even is that? My dog is like eating wires right now. My dog is locked the fuck in. Yep, and there's a squeak. Yep, there's a squeak. Why does that give me no points with fucking Sarah? What the fuck? I'm trying like I've only been getting dislikes from her. I'm trying to think of a way to like get parts. I'm like, okay, let me just be a little sappy fucking no payment needed. No points. Tell a bartender I'm gonna get her stuff out of the fucking gonna get her stuff out of lockup. Get 2 fucking dislikes. What the fuck?
Happening. Why do you want to have an open relationship with all the downsides? Because for me personally, almost all of those downsides are present in monogamous relationships, and none of the upsides are there. So why the would I be in a close relationship? The biggest downside to an open relationship is feeling upset when your partner but I don't care about that. And then the biggest upside to an open relationship is getting people, and monogamous relationships don't have that. Why the fuck would I do a monogamous relationship? If you do date, would you break up sooner? I think if I did date, I think I'd try to find somebody closer by, because the international shit makes things so complicated. It's so complicated.
Keep in mind, this is the same guy that will shit endlessly on quote-unquote passport bros, and then he fucking married somebody from Sweden who wanted to move to New Zealand. Just wanted to keep that out there.
Like, cause then you gotta marry people, get green cards, and like fly all over the world, and it's just like, it's so fucking annoying. I don't know if I would ever do that again. Also, fuck Europeans. Are you aware the casual way you approach sex is psychologically
is there a
disruptive for
child
women
on
a
deck?
biochemistry level? Please look into the reaction of female brains have during sex. Pretty sure everybody makes oxy, whatever the potion that shit is. We all make it, dude, in a lot of different activities. Good luck. Would you say overall, would this entire relationship be a net positive or a net negative?
I mean, I hope that's what it was.
The way that I view things is, as long as you're learning the whole time, then things are a net positive. As long as you're always learning about yourself and about things, then I think things are a net positive. Also, I think for Malena, Malena had a lot of really good traits, and there are a lot of things I enjoy about her, and I still maybe do.
Enough. Oh my god. Jesus. I'm gonna be real with you. If any woman does half the shit Malena did to Steven, to you, you need to leave. You need to fucking leave. You can't let people talk you out of your fucking feelings unless you are like genuinely unhinged, in which case you need a therapist. You don't need your partner to be your therapist. You can't let your partner shit talk you to all your fucking friends. Like, my wife has her best friend, okay? If I found out my wife was saying a little, she was being a little catty with her friend, you know what? That's fine. Because I've got my best friend. My best friend is my best friend. Her best friend is her best friend. But if I found out that every last one of my relationship secrets was known by her best friend, I'd be irate. I'd be furious. And that's with our best friends. My best friend doesn't know everything. My best friend doesn't know 90% of the shit that goes on in my relationship. Because it's my relationship with my wife and I. But man, Malena going off to all their mutual friends, not even their best friends.
Oh, good.
Hold on, I gotta talk to this chick real quick.
Dutifully following? I should not be frank. We waste time.
Oh, okay. Now Andrea's following me. Anyway. Yeah, if I found out all my business was known by every one of our friends, I'd lose my fucking mind. I'd lose my mind. Not even her best friend. Our friends, period. Malena was super in the wrong for that. And I remember Destiny saying some shit like, oh, if you're not okay with your partner talking to your friends about your relationship, that's a problem you have, and blah, 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 blah. I mean, now that we're in the future, I can, thank God, that was proven to be cope. Dead. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Like, if you have a partner that does even a quarter of the shit that Mel did to Steven, you need to leave. You need to walk out right now. Damn, this thing does damage now.
Stiffens the joints, lowers reaction times.
yeah, I had like a lot of fun with her. I traveled probably more with her. I traveled more with her than any other person in my life combined. I probably learned a lot about a ton of different things in relation to just like a lot of like drug stuff, a ton of like different like travel related stuff. I went to places and did things I probably never would have done before. Yeah, I think I appreciate all that.
I feel the two people I feel the worst for in this scenario are gonna be Destiny and Nathan. I feel terrible for Destiny because this is, listen, going through a breakup with someone you love, not fun. If I broke up, if my wife decided to leave me, I think I might end my life. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I feel horrible for Destiny, number one. And then I also feel bad for Nathan because there's a bunch of streams where like Mel and Nathan are hanging out and they're enjoying their time together and they're vibing and chilling, and Mel's not really being a stepmom. She's being a friend to Nathan. And I feel bad that now the conversation with Nathan is going to be, because growing up, my parents divorced when I was super young, and my dad had a bunch of girlfriends that would come in and out of my life. And I'm gonna be for real with y'all. If you have kids and you're dating a bunch of people, don't bring them around your kids unless it feels like it's gonna be a permanent thing. Because man, I became jaded. I became the edgiest little shit ever. Every time my father brought around a new woman, my immediate assumption was, okay, she'll be gone within like a month or two. At like 11 or 13, I was completely black-pilled on my father's fucking relationships. Like, every time he brought a new woman around or she lived with us for a little bit, I was like, okay, she's not gonna be here long. Don't bring women around unless you're gonna date, and you're gonna be together for a long time. Oh my god, Salmonella has another video. Wife! Wife! Salmonella dropped another video. Yippee!
Hey adults. So, most of us are aware of at least one animal companion to the Commander-in-Chief. All but 3 presidents have owned some kind of pet during their term, and there's good reason for that.
no.
Not only does a lovable mutt serve to humanize an otherwise larger-than-life figure, but their cute antics can also be a great distraction when needed. Huh? Drone strikes? Never heard of her. Hey, we're doing a photo op.
Hey, what's up, Andrea Mend? How's it going? My entire inner circle is a big simp for fucking Salmonella, so right now we're watching the Salmonella video. Had I known this video came out sooner, I would have watched this video sooner.
With this dog that shares a name with my vice president's son, because, you know, that's not weird at all. But as it turns out, dogs and cats are just the tip of the iceberg. There have been a lot of quadrupedal occupants of the White House, even without Miss Lewinsky. So today we'll be going through just a few of the more interesting ones. Going back to the beginning, Washington had critters galore, including 4 black and tan
I got a quick question, Andrea Mend. Are you offering banner and channel overlay services?
Mom, this means we are. I will finish here.
I appreciate that. I'm curious, are you offering graphic design services, Andrea Mend? Okay, cool. Alright. We're all good then. We're all good. Also, thank you. The mask is just a beanie I cut 2 holes into. It itches like hell, and I think there's cat hair in it that's poking me, and all the parts of my face I'd rather it not poke me.
Did you know I used to have an office?
Typically, whenever I get a new viewer or a new follower, it's almost always somebody that's advertising graphic design services, and they're probably a scammer. Why am I not showing my face? Because I want to be online. I don't want people to know everything about me, and one of those ways that I keep that to myself is by hiding my face.
Slurhounds that he named Drunkard, Taster, Tippler, and Tipsy. They sound like if Santa's reindeer were all alcoholics, which would be a shame because Rudolph.
I mean, that's probably it. I mean, that's probably one of the things about it. I mean, quite honestly, the reason is like I want to be able to say whatever I want to say on here and not have any repercussions to my personal life. That's good to hear. Hold on, let's take a look here. Do you have any clips or any or any like do you have any clips or VODs or anything like that? I just checked out your Twitch and I'm not seeing any VODs.
Rudolph's red nose would no longer be of note. John Adams had 3 dogs that presumably spanned the alignment chart, being named Juno, Mark, and Satan respectively. Not a joke. Jefferson kept around 40 sheep during his presidency, one of which was a 4-horned Shetland ram. Though nameless, said ram soon became famous for killing a young boy on White House grounds. Rather than
Well, how often do you stream? Because like I stream daily. That's why I got VODs up on my channel. Oh, okay. Hmm. Alright.
immediately destroying the animal as we'd expect today, Jefferson just had it moved back to Monticello. It was eventually put down, but only after it single-handedly killed several other rams at the estate, which just goes to show how Jefferson operated. Random child, not the best optics, but that can be forgiven. But my own property, that's a bridge too far, Rambo. John Quincy Adams' wife Louisa practiced sericulture, which is a fun word for silkworm keeping. As a side note, sericulture has been going on since at least 3630 BC, which is kinda nutty, because that means we domesticated worms to turn their goo into clothes before we figured out how to ride a horse. Jackson had an African gray parrot named Paul, short for Polly, that would apparently curse like a sailor, probably thanks to the teachings of Old Hickory himself. Having outlived its owner, Paul ended up being removed from Jackson's funeral service after unleashing so much profanity that guests found it genuinely upsetting. He also kept roosters for cockfighting, which was acceptable at the time and still far from the worst thing he's done morally. During Van
United
Buren's
States.
term, the Sultan
Midwest.
of Oman sent a variety of gifts to the president, among them being a pair of tiger cubs. He was like, "This is badass," and desperately wanted to keep them in the White House. But the dickheads in Congress asserted that, due to a specific constitutional provision, gifts to the presidential office weren't for the man himself, but for the people. Van Buren said, "Fuck the people, them's my tigers," and got into a legal battle with the legislator over the issue, which he eventually lost. The tigers were subsequently sent to a zoo, and over 20 years later, Van Buren died of pneumonia, completely unrelated to this incident. Although Andrew Johnson had no de jure pets, he did befriend a family of mice he found in his bedroom, feeding them flour and grain and referring to them as the little fellows. It's an oddly wholesome thing to hear from someone who essentially set the trajectory for the next 100 years of black disenfranchisement. Mr. Johnson, we still have a country to rebuild. Get out of my room, I'm getting rat-pilled. Taft had 2 cows during his term. The first of them was named Mooly Wooly, and she died a year and a half in after, quote, eating too many oats. Mooly was promptly replaced by the far more dignified Pauline Wayne. She was a real dime of a heifer, which led Taft to show her off off at the International Dairymen's Expo in Milwaukee. In order to get her there, she was transported in a private car attached to a train headed for the stockyards in Chicago. But a switch crew mixed up which car was hers, leading to 2 days of frantic telegraphs asking where the president's cow had gone. She only narrowly avoided the slaughterhouse when a couple of attendants at the stockyard recognized Pauline for what she was, and all was well. This next one requires a little background info. So the traditional Thanksgiving dinner was and remains a significant yearly ceremony for the first family. For half a century, from 1873 to 1913, the duty of providing the presidential turkey belonged to one Horace Vose, a private
there it
turkey farmer based in
is.
Rhode Island. After his death, though, things turned into a free-for-all, with numerous farmers sending unsolicited turkeys, both alive and dead, in an attempt to secure a position as the next annual caterer for the White House. Nobody was decided on for a decade, and upon assuming office in 1923, Calvin Coolidge found the volume of birds showing up at his doorstep alarming, and put an end to the tradition that year, instead.
So they weren't selling graphical design. They were gonna sell They're gonna sell a VTuber fucking. They're gonna sell a VTuber rig. See right through that shit. See right through that fucking shit.
Opting to buy his own turkey. But in 1925, after much outside pressure, he caved and was immediately flooded with not only turkey, but a variety of increasingly exotic animals to eat. Among them was a live raccoon he received the following year. Coolidge was, at the time, blissfully unaware of the intricate dance performed on the palate between forward yet ephemeral gaminess and heady seductive musk when one submits himself to the experience of a toothsome raccoon fillet, and as such he decided to keep it as a pet instead. Dubbed Rebecca, the creature soon came to be a core member of the Coolidge family.
Wife. President Calvin Coolidge had a pet raccoon. Her name was Rebecca. Really? Right in front of my Rebecca? Right in front of my Rebecca.
She ate as well as any of them, being fed things like shrimp and persimmon.
Patricia! Get it together, sweetie. We have, well, fuck, what was it? I can't remember. Only real ones will know that meme. Alright, moving on.
And she was particularly fond of eggs. Given free reign over the house, Rebecca's hobbies reportedly included unscrewing light bulbs, uprooting houseplants, and playing with wet bars of soap in the...
Rebecca's activities include unscrewing light bulbs, unplanting houseplants, and playing with wet bars of soap. What do you think about that, wife? Wife. Oh, well, my wife has gone deaf.
In the bathtub. She was so beloved that she even had her own treehouse built for her in the White House yard. When the Coolidges made way for the Hoovers, Rebecca was forced to vacate her post, but the new first family soon found that they had a squatter on their hands. The new tenant of Rebecca's treehouse was a wild opossum who, rather than being evicted, was adopted by the Hoovers in a similar fashion to Rebecca, albeit from a farther distance, mostly just saying, yeah, that's ours now. He was given the name Billy Possum, which is a reference to our old friend Taft. See, as the man following Teddy Roosevelt in the White House, Taft had some big shoes to fill. So during his term, some enterprising young dumbasses approached Taft with what they claimed would be the sequel to the teddy bear. They called it Billy Possum, which is itself a reference to the president's fondness of possum and taters, a dish he famously requested at a banquet in Atlanta as an act of goodwill towards the South and its culture. Taft found the idea amusing enough that he gave the green light, and many thousands of Billy Possums were produced. Given their total obscurity today, it's clear these toys were a massive flop, and there's a few reasons for that. For one, trying to force fads at all is like trying to push water uphill. But also, the story of Roosevelt refusing to shoot a tied-up bear has a bit more symbolic poetry to it than, it's a possum because he like possum, he a fat boy, eat him up good. Couple that with the constant character assassination that the opossum as an animal has received from ignorant urbanites, and it becomes obvious that this thing was doomed from the start. But anyway, that's where the Hoover opossum got his name, and his exploits were pretty limited outside of temporarily filling in as a mascot of a local high school. In 1961, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev gifted a dog to the Kennedys, named Pushinka, or Fluffy. And while it is normally rude to look a gift dog in the mouth, an exception can be made when the single biggest threat to the free world insists that said dog should live with the president. Pushinka was x-rayed, put through metal detectors, and given ultrasounds out of fear that someone implanted her with a listening device. Fortunately, though there may be bugs in some of you mugs, there ain't no bugs in she, and Pushinka remained a Kennedy for the rest of her days. While truthfully, the gift was likely given as a simple act of good faith designed to reduce Cold War tensions, Pushinka was also the daughter of of Strelka, who, during Sputnik 5, became the first mammal to make it back from space alive. So I'd like to think of it as more of a passive-aggressive space race flex. Like, yeah, our astronanimals are so alive, they're making babies even. Hope looking at this one constantly reminds you of where you stand. With that, I hope you found this highlight reel enlightening. It feels good to know that while Congress has always been a zoo, so too has the White House at times. That's all for today. Till next time, I'm Salmonella, and you make my girlhood tremble.
As always, absolute fire from Salmonella. Phenomenal. My favorite animal was Rebecca and then Pushinka after that. That dog was fucking adorable. Oh yeah, the dream response. Oh shit, how could I forget? Fuck, that should have been the one I watched first.
Very vulnerable, open, and honest.
Holy crap, an hour and 22 minutes of drama. Yes. And I'm reaping the benefits. Also, I was trying to call you over because apparently the Hoovers had a pet opossum named Billy the Opossum. But you weren't listening to me. Because you hate me. Are you even listening to me now? Oh my fucking god, this woman is gonna... She's gonna give me a stroke. That's it? That's all I gotta do?
And I very rarely use that word for anything. We need to get you looked at. Thanks for taking the time to... When you pulled it from the rock... No, I don't... How did you feel? Raw energy? I shouldn't be surprised. If there is, the artifacts are agreed. Unfortunately, frustrating? It would be... I knew I picked the right... Look, and...
I go into my past, I go into controversies, and I also debunk very serious lies about me, including by involving the police, legal teams, and extensive research. It will get uncomfortable. I will get into details of my life that you probably don't want to hear, and I don't particularly want to share either.
I want to hear it all, bro.
Given the circumstances, and honesty and truth is my top priority. As you guys have probably noticed, I took a long break from YouTube, and since the face reveal, I've hardly really uploaded. And I've really focused on other things and separated myself from a lot of the stuff I was doing before. You may think that this was due to the hate from the face reveal, or for other reasons, but really there was something else that happened right after the face reveal, and it really made me step back from what I was doing and have a lot less passion. If you've been on the internet recently, you've probably heard or seen some pretty crazy stuff about me. Whether it's the voice actor of Gumball attacking me, or accusations against me regarding grooming, you've probably heard a lot of pretty crazy stuff. I thought it's extremely important for me to make this video and provide as much information as I can. And I just want to right off the bat state as clearly as I can that these allegations are not true. I plan on going to extreme detail to prove that in this video. And to all the people that are spreading lies, fabricating stories, and making false accusations for fun, or because they think it's funny.
I don't care. I've accepted I'm a horrible person.
This is not funny. This is not a joke. This is people's lives, ranging from my own, my family, my employees, to actual victims that stories won't be heard or believed in the future because of this. I understand that some things in this video are much more important than others, so I split this video up into chapters, and you can skip to and watch the parts that are most important to you. I will say that everything in this video is very relevant. I think they're all vital topics to include because they help clear up my character. So yeah, the video has chapters, and if you want to skip around, there's a pinned comment. And again, I realize that nothing in this video is as important as me talking about serious allegations, so I've made it really easy to skip ahead to whatever is most important to you. Just because there's other stuff doesn't mean anything is less important. Monetization on this video is on, but every dollar will go to a charity that's linked in the description. Otherwise, I want to start with the biggest lie I have ever told. The face leak photo was me. Of course, it's from when I was really young and I've lost a lot of weight since then, and it wasn't at all representative of what I look like now, but it was me. Obviously, I said many times that it wasn't, and a lot of people have and still do use that against me to say that I'm dishonest, but the reason I lied about that is because of the face reveal. I'd been planning the face reveal for years. I sacrificed so much by staying inside and avoiding cameras for so long. I mean, I had covers on all my windows, and even to go to the dentist, I left hiding in the back of a car and went to a different state. Yes, I was paranoid. I wasn't gonna let anyone take that moment away from me. Whatever I had to do to make sure that moment was suspenseful suspenseful and exciting, I'm sure I would have done. And if anything, the face leak photo probably ended up creating more suspense and excitement to see if I was lying or if I actually looked like the leaked picture. Now, of course, there was a lot of personal information attached to the leaked picture, how it was found, where it was leaked from, so that definitely contributed to why I lied about it. I didn't lie because I was ugly or because I was overweight or anything like that. And every time I talked about the leaked picture, I always mentioned that I struggled with my weight in the past and that it's disheartening to see people make fun of the poor kid for that, which obviously I was the poor kid. And I think that's something I'm willing to admit now because I face revealed. I'm not risking that big moment anymore. And I also feel much more comfortable about my personal information and how I look and so on. The day the face leak was posted, I was playing a Minecraft tournament and someone called the SWAT team on me.
Dream is AFK. I'm clear here.
I was put in handcuffs on my front lawn with cops with rifles pointing at me, and I was pretty much swatted from that day on almost daily, to the point where the reason Sapnet moved in with me before my face reveal was to answer the door when police showed up. Because people started camping outside with cameras to try and reveal my face, and I needed someone else to answer the door. When the people that were doxing me thought that they had the wrong address, my family ended up getting swatted, and my mom answered the door thinking that it was pizza for her and my little sister. They were held at gunpoint with police helicopters circling the neighborhood. People showed up at my house, people showed up at my family's house. The first time
I don't get why cops aren't more aware of what swatting is. I don't understand. Like, I know they have to take... If I were to give the most charitable version of it, cops respond to every swatting attempt as if it were a real fucking situation, because they cannot afford to not answer the call. Like, they cannot afford to not show up if they think it's fake. And they can't give a pass. They can't say, oh, it's a streamer house, so we're just not going to respond to 911 calls. Like, they can't do that. So, I understand. There has to be some way to check it out. There has to be some way to figure it out. Like, if there are no, I don't know, just spitballing here. If there are no calls or claims from around the neighborhood at that point in time, doesn't that kind of lead to the idea that it's bullshit or that it's not real? Again, this is just me spitballing. I don't know. I feel like there has to be some way that they can, if they know this one address is getting swatted over and 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 over again, that clearly there must be some bullshittery going on.
I ever got swatted, I made sure not to mention it at all. Funnily enough, I actually got interviewed by a SWAT team member while I was muted and playing Minecraft parkour with the SWAT officer right next to me. But yeah, it's just all to show that even though I was very adamant about denying the face leak, it was much more about the fact that there was so much personal information attached to the picture, and I wanted as much separation from it as possible. It had nothing to do with how I look. I'm very proud of my weight loss story, and I was never ashamed about it at all. I think that it's very encouraging to see people accomplish weight loss. I did it all naturally. I lost hundreds of pounds. You have not seen me at my heaviest, and it's one of those things that I think is very encouraging to others. I love inspiring people, so it's a story I'm sure I'll tell in the future. But in that moment, it was not the right time to tell it. I feel like right now it's still kind of uncomfortable to talk about it, but it's annoying seeing the same damn picture. So here's some other pictures of me from before I lost weight, just so there's more variety. Now moving on to one of the most talked about controversies, the cheating scandal. I'm going to be pretty concise with this one because it's been covered a million times and most of you are probably pretty sick of hearing it.
What are you doing right now? Every time I call out to you, you're not responding. No. I tried to tell you about Billy the Opossum, and then you didn't respond at all. Oh, okay. No, I'm pretty sure you're talking to your other boyfriends. I think that's what it was. You're just like Mel. Every woman is like Mel. You're all gonna cheat and leave. Bro, do you know why she asked for that money? To go back to fucking quote-unquote Sweden. And then apparently Destiny hit her up and was like, well, you actually hate Sweden. Here are all these logs saying that you hate Sweden, that you want to go back to... You actually want to go to New Zealand. You like New Zealand, not Sweden. And the guy that was... The guy that was fucking Mel popped into chat and was talking shit. The beta cuck male, yeah. Coffee.
About it, but it's still really important to talk about. It's one of the most frequent reasons people point to as to why not to trust me. I did unintentionally cheat on a speedrun that I officially submitted to the leaderboards in 2020, and the speedrun mods were completely in the right for taking it down. I I was using a disallowed mod for about a week on my live streams when a new version of Minecraft came out, and I was unaware that this mod existed. When I was defending myself, I didn't know that I'd been using the mod, and it's a really complicated and lengthy explanation of how it's very reasonable that I didn't know that I had the mod, so I can't go into that here. A lot of people say that it's impossible that I wouldn't have known that I was so lucky, but those people don't realize that it was a little bit of luck over a very long period of time, and not a lot of luck at once. It was actually only uncovered by a cheater themselves, who later got exposed for doing that same thing in the past.
Yes, that's right, Minecravenger. The very same person that first publicly exposed Dream for cheating in his runs has just been caught cheating himself. And not only cheating once, but cheating multiple world records over a span of more than 2 years.
I was defending myself so confidently publicly because me and a developer had already considered and ruled out the possibility that I could have been using a mod. Carl Jobs, a very well-respected YouTuber that also investigates speedruns, made a video going into all the details. It's over an hour long. If you'd like to watch it to understand how that could happen and all the supporting evidence around it, you can. He is very critical of me in it, but here's his short conclusion that backs up what I'm saying from after his thorough investigation.
In conjunction with all of the evidence I've seen, I believe the essence of what Dream was claiming in his paste bin was probably true. In my opinion, it is definitely more likely that he really didn't know his drop rates and barter rates were modified. Was it intentional? And I do believe that it probably wasn't.
He did a lot of research and interviewed a lot of people to come to that conclusion. He interviewed the mod team, me, developers, and a lot more. He even said something afterwards that applies to a lot of the situations I'm going to talk about today, so I'm going to go ahead and play that clip too.
In one breath, people will complain that Dream is a liar, and then in the next, spout made-up assumptions that couldn't be further from the truth. It seems like everyone is lying everywhere.
I'm still fully responsible for my behavior back
Goofy.
with the moderators, regardless of my intentions, and I did act like a little baby and caused the majority of the problems myself, so I'm sorry. Regardless of if you believe me or if you think that I'm being dishonest, since this all happened over 3 years ago, a lot has changed since, and I've done my best to move forward and grow as a person. I did my best to make amends with the mods, I apologized privately and publicly for lashing out at them, I donated over $50,000 to the speedrun community through tournaments and personal donations to over 15 different speedrunners. I voluntarily took down all my speedrun times, even ones that had nothing at all to do with the mod or the cheating scandal. I also deleted my original response video, and I haven't speedrun officially since. It's been over 3 years. Now that that's out of the way, I want to clear up some quick misinformation around it. One, it had nothing to do with my manhunt videos or any video or speedrun I have ever posted on my YouTube channel. It was specifically live streamed attempts that I did during a 1 week or so period over 3 years ago. It's a common misconception that the cheating had to do with my YouTube channel, manhunt, or any other videos I've posted. Two, I didn't hire a fake astrophysicist to defend me, which is also commonly said. Knowing nothing about math, but fully believing in my innocence at the time, given the accusation was purely based on math, I used a website for math freelancers and reached out directly to a highly qualified professor that said they'd be willing to help me. They even made one of their conditions before agreeing that no matter what their conclusion was, I had to publish their results, even if their conclusion was that I was guilty. I agreed to this.
Dream briefly explained the situation, and the expert agreed to help. The expert provided Dream with a few terms, one of them being that Dream post the results no matter the outcome.
Obviously, their report ended up getting ripped to shreds, but I had no idea that would be the case. I knew absolutely nothing about math, and I fully believed in my innocence. So when a highly qualified third party was agreeing with me, it made me even more confident and bold. There was many factors as to why the report ended up being bad, partially due to the public pressure and it being rushed, partially due to them not knowing as much about Minecraft as the mod team did, but regardless, I didn't bribe or make up a fake astrophysicist, which is something people frequently say. The speedrun mod team and many other parties independently verified their credentials and the fact that they exist. I also put way more information in the description on this, just for transparency's sake, including proof about the professor, all of my emails to them, and even screenshots of messages that I never provided in the past. I think that's really important to clear up because it's used very, very frequently to say, if he will go as far as to make up a fake astrophysicist to lie, how far will he go with other lies? And I would just like to point out that even though I didn't lie, lying about a Minecraft speedrun is
Yes,
very
wife.
different.
I love you too, wife. Oh no. What have you learned on TikTok? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'll stuff your stocking. I'll stuff your stocking. I don't know. I guess dudes just don't fucking think about it. I mean, I understand women wanting that shit. I don't know. I guess if you're in a house where y'all do stockings and whatnot, fucking make sure that you put stuff in your wife's stocking, I suppose. I don't know. Shit. I don't know, bro. It's fucking weird. Why does my fucking engine keep... It do be goofy as fuck.
Been lying about very serious allegations. The next thing I'm going to talk about is a pretty big one that you might not have heard about, but it's a pretty important one. Manatreat. Now, if you don't know who Manatreat is a content creator that I added to my server, the Dream SMP, a couple years ago. They were anonymous like me, and they had a very short career. There was a thread made about Manatreat saying that they doxed him and that he was an IRL friend of mine, had been charged with domestic violence, and that I was trying to hide it. Manatreat was removed from the SMP by me, all of his accounts were deleted, and I made a statement talking about how I don't support domestic violence, I wasn't aware of any domestic violence, and that due to how complicated the situation was, I decided to remove Manatreat from the SMP. I also strongly alluded to the fact that the doxed information was incorrect. Everything I just said was true, except for the fact that Manatreat was my childhood best friend. I came up with the name Manatreat, I made the accounts, I grew up with him, his grandparents were like my grandparents, he was like family to me. The criticism I get to this day related to this is that I intentionally housed and hid an abuser. Because Manatreat was faceless and anonymous like me, people said that it was planned deliberately in order to hide a domestic violence charge. This is not true. In late 2020, he had a lot of problems. He was struggling with homelessness, had been in multiple recent car accidents. I knew I could help him, so I did. I offered him a place to stay, I paid for his groceries and gas for a while, and eventually, I came up with the idea to add him to my server. He was my childhood friend, I trusted him, and he wasn't a risk. I was anonymous, so obviously if I wanted to play games with him, his identity couldn't be known, or it would leak my identity. Whenever the thread first came out saying that Manatreat abused his girlfriend, I responded emotionally, calling people gullible, because I didn't believe that someone I had known for so long and grew up with could do anything like that. And at the time, although no one knew, he lived with me in Sapnap, so it seemed crazy that he could somehow hide it from us. I jumped to the gun and reacted emotionally. Only later did I properly look into everything, and I apologize. After I confronted Manatreat in real life, he claimed that he wasn't an abuser, that he had just had an altercation with another guy, and that his ex-girlfriend got in the middle of it. He claimed that he never hit her, that he had just caught her cheating and was fighting the guy that she was cheating with, that the cops got called, and that he got arrested. This is just what he said. This altercation would have taken place around a year before he moved in with us, and I had no knowledge of it. People thought that domestic violence took place when he lived with us because my address was on a court document of his, but that was far after when he was on probation and had to tell the court where he currently lived. He also lied to us and told us that he was on probation for smoking weed in order to not have us question anything suspicious related to it. Even though he claimed to me that he wasn't abusive to anyone, I couldn't just take him for his word, and so I did research myself. I reached out to his ex-girlfriend and talked to her about it all. She wouldn't really say that much. She said to give Manatreat the best wishes for his future, and that his mistakes were behind her, and that she just wanted to be left alone online. I don't want to push her for information, so because of that, I didn't feel comfortable having Manatreat on the Dream SMP anymore. I didn't have full confidence that he was being honest with me because he had already lied to me, and I was also still faceless and really didn't want to have to dox myself to explain the situation. I decided the best idea would just be to remove him from the server. I had created all the accounts, so I completely shut them down and removed his access. That meant that there was absolutely no risk that, even if he was lying, he would ever cause future harm because of it. Unfortunately, this wasn't a cut and dry situation. This was one of my childhood best friends that had always treated me with kindness and had lied to me in some way. And unfortunately, due to all this, I have no contact with him and lost someone that was like family to me. I'll never know the exact truth behind everything. The person that I knew was kind, generous, and compassionate, and I never would have added him to the server if I thought he was anything otherwise. But what I do know is that, other than my initial crude response, I stand by my actions. I think that I navigated a really complex situation the best that I could. I got rid of any risk, supported a victim, made it clear that I didn't support domestic violence, even to the detriment of one of my oldest friendships. I completely understand people that don't know my side of this situation, assuming that this makes me a liar, and that it's obvious that I was covering up wrongdoing. I even had creators that thought this until they talked to me about it. It's not unreasonable at all, and that's why I figured I had to talk about it in this video, even if it is personal and uncomfortable. Before I jump into the most important things I'm going to address, I want to talk about something that's come up a lot due to these allegations, and something that's commonly said to give credibility to me being a bad or weird person. I'm going to play a clip from Moist Critical, who talked about the allegations pretty neutrally, to his credit. But while talking about them, he said this.
Dream's audience has always been on the younger side of things, and yet Dream constantly engages with them in very inappropriate ways.
I don't know why I'm getting a huge lag spike right now. Just gonna give it a second.
Ways, such as like posting thirst traps. He does post thirst traps. even knowing that his fans are children. So when these claims come out, I think a lot of people start to take them at face value because they're like, oh, that sounds like the dream that I know. You know, this sounds like something Dream might do, so it's probably true. Even though right now a lot of the evidence backing it up isn't the strongest.
Now, before I talk about this, I just want to ask that if you're watching this and you share the same opinion, try and give me the benefit of doubt. Genuinely listen to what I have to say and discard your preconceived biases. Because yeah, if you think someone's creepy and then they're accused of being a creep, it clearly changes how you think. So I'm going to break down multiple things that Charlie said because I respect him. I respect his opinion. I think he's a super reasonable guy and I think he's an awesome content creator. One of the things that he said is that I post creepy pictures and thirst traps.
He does post thirst traps.
That's the first thing I'm going to talk about. Uniquely, because I didn't reveal my face until last year, I can actually pretty reasonably show you every photo and video of myself that I've ever posted on the internet. So they're going to start scrolling by now in a completely random order. While you watch, it's important to note that what you post on something like Snapchat is very different than something you'd post on Instagram or Twitter. Snapchat runs ads every 5 or 6 photos and encourages you to post upwards of 100 photos or videos a day to have the most growth and make the most money. They only last 24 hours like an Instagram story. So on Snapchat, you kind of just spam anything. So for me, it's silly filters, my cat, whatever food I'm eating that day, if I get a haircut. Because of that, it's much easier to take one silly photo from Snapchat out of context and make it out to be something that it's not. On top of that, there's a lot of fake accounts that I think people fall for all the time. They post thirst trap captions using my photos, and with how many likes they get, there's a lot of people that casually scroll Twitter and think their posts are mine. There's one specific one that was extremely popular and verified before it was suspended. It posted tweets like this, and this, and this. These are just completely normal photos I posted of myself with no caption, but they repost them and put a weird caption. This has fooled tons of people, including people that have made pretty big videos about me, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if Charlie saw this account a couple times and thought its tweets were mine. A lot of people also say stuff like this.
I don't know why he still uses Snapchat, it's still kind of weird. I told you, if you're a grown man using Snapchat,
which I think is super reasonable to think. If you
True.
There's creator accounts now that work very differently to normal Snapchat accounts. You can promote stuff to millions of people through Snapchat's algorithm, and even as of recently, you can make a lot of money. Obviously encouraging you to post whatever random stupid photo you took.
I mean, I hardly even log into my Snapchat myself, and even have someone else completely run the account. Because there's a manager account feature where I can just post from my personal Snap and never even see any of the messages. I also sometimes have people say that I'm weird because of fan art account likes from my fan art account, so I just want to clarify, I'm not the one behind 99% of the likes. I've never made that public because it is beneficial for artists for people to think that it's me every time, but again, when it's being used against me to say I'm creepy, I have to clarify.
Hi, so I've ran Dream's public Snapchat since January 2022. There's nothing weird and he doesn't really even log into it. I also run his fan art account and have been since January 2022 as well. I'm good friends with Dream and the Dream team, so he thought I'd be a good pick to run it. I mostly just like and retweet art. I'm banished from replying. Sometimes people will call him creepy for stupid stuff that I've liked, and I've never really taken it seriously because I just think what's being depicted in the art is funny to me, like DNF kissing art or something, because I'm their friend and it makes me laugh. It just happens to be really good art. But when it's being used to say that Dream is creepy or weird, I feel really bad because he's definitely not. There's been times that he's messaged me and told me to unlike something or asked why I was on a DNF liking spree. And he's definitely a silly guy, but people shouldn't use me liking art that I found funny or just thought was impressive artistically against him.
I can still be more careful about what's liked on the account though, and I also can re-clarify my boundaries, which I do at the end of this video. But I will just say here that I've never supported not safe for work art of minors or from minors. I think that that's weird and gross, and I clarify my boundaries on myself later in the video, but generally it's just I don't want anything weird drawn of me. I also later have the person who used to run the account back in 2020 say something as well. But yeah, like 1 out of every 1,000 Snapchats I post, people end up spreading and making fun of, which is fine, of course, but it's when it's made out to be weird that it's disingenuous. Now that's not to say that I'm posting the exact same thing as everyone else, or that what I'm posting isn't different than other people. It definitely is. I was faceless for a very long time, never took pictures of myself, and had no social media before YouTube. So you're seeing literally my first time ever taking pictures, and I am just a little goofy. Again, it's fine to make fun of, like some of these pictures are stupid, but using them as evidence that I'm weird or making them out to be weird just isn't fair. I don't really take myself seriously. I don't think I'm super attractive. I don't think I'm super funny. I think a lot of people misunderstand some of the things that I post that are satire. A lot of my videos before I did Minecraft challenges were satire videos, and I still post a lot of satire. A perfect example of this is my unface reveal. I posted a video on my channel where I unrevealed my face. It's a satire video. I have my 2 best friends burst down my door, tell me that I'm ugly and to put my mask back on, which I agree with, make a professional mask, and then go through the McDonald's drive-thru with it on.
while saying that I'm never taking it off ever again. The number of people that took this seriously was in the tens of millions.
I need something
See
like
the
that. I
video?
need a
See, that
professionally
sounds
made
like
fucking
something a
mask.
cringe guy would do, and then it's history. And the same thing happens with my TikToks. Like, almost my entire TikTok page is sarcastic, but every now and then, someone will take a TikTok of mine completely seriously. Like, I posted a video of me with the Chad filter on and said no filter right after the face reveal. I made a TikTok where I take off the mask and use an ugly filter. Another TikTok where I make fun of the face leak photo, or many other sarcastic posts. But then I post a TikTok where I'm in a Walmart wearing my mask, and people take it so seriously. I get tons of hate, and it said how cringe it is that I would go shopping in my mask, that it's pathetic that I'm trying to hide my face after I already revealed it. Or I post a TikTok where I sing one of my songs, say no auto-tune, and then kiss the camera. And it's that I'm trying to be hot or think I'm such an amazing singer, instead of that I'm self-aware and playing into the cringe. I didn't watch that and go, ah, you are so cool. You are such an amazing singer, and you're also hot. Like, it's not serious. Yes, I do post cringy stuff sometimes, and I'm not trying to say that I've never been cringy, or that you can't make fun of content that is intentionally cringy, but I've never posted anything that you could remotely say is a thirst trap, or inappropriate for my audience, because as you can see, in the context of all these other photos I've posted, it's not honest to single out one weird Snapchat out of context of the thousands I spam, and then say that I post creepy photos. But yeah, like, one photo I posted was heavily spread as a thirst trap by parody accounts, and it's this. I'm supposed to be dead. It's definitely not a thirst trap, but it's not like I was sending it to somebody and being weird. I was just spamming photos on my public story.
Oh no, George not found is giving him this slobberson. Oh no, oh no.
Like, yeah, it's goofy. It was not a thirst trap. I posted 1 or 2 photos with my shirt off ever, and this one's because I thought it was cool to see my hair comb back since it's always forward, and you can't even see me or my body. There's also this monstrosity that's frequently shared. Like, this is a gross photo. I look terrible. This is not a thirst trap. This is a terrible photo. This is just...
I would say you can argue that any selfie is a thirst trap if it makes you look even slightly attractive. I mean, there are ways where you can make it to where you play into the idea of a thirst trap, but like anything where anybody can find you attractive is arguably a thirst trap. I feel like you shouldn't be posting selfies if your goal is to like make sure your audience knows that you're not how would you say, if your goal is to tell your audience, hey, I'm not, I'm not fucking with y'all. Y'all are minors. I'm a creator. You can like my content, but there's not going to be any parasocial bullshit here where like y'all think I'm cute or sexy or whatever this bullshit. If you want to do that, I feel like you should be separating yourself as much as you possibly fucking can from any idea that you're trying to be attractive, period. And stuff like this could be taken as that, as like you trying to look attractive for the camera. Just even the filter. Is it unfair? Yeah, probably, but your audience is a bunch of children. Like, to get a thirst trap of, like, Sporticus, whatever the fuck that guy's name was, you gotta do a bunch of heavy editing. Or if you want to get, like, a thirst trap of the Wiggles, you gotta do a lot of heavy editing. But this, it's literally just you posting a selfie, bro. It's not that hard. It's not a big leap. And you want that leap to be as wide as is fucking possible if your goal is to not appear as if you're trying to attract children.
It's disgusting. I was just spamming photos, didn't think much of it, and posted it. And now it will haunt me until the end of time. I'm cringy and being serious when I make satire posts. I'm full of myself when I post a normal photo. I'm gross when I post a bad photo. I'm weird when I post a silly photo. It's just people assuming the worst or just not, which I guess is fair. So yeah, that's what I have to say about the thirst traps thing. But obviously that's just photos. Now in terms of other stuff, I've definitely had my opinions morph over time, especially since I've face revealed and actually got to meet fans in person. But we can still talk about some old stuff that people frequently use to say that I'm weird. First of all,
Me calling my fan base kittens. Now, this was a stupid tweet. If I could go back, never would have tweeted it. I completely understand that without knowing my intentions or what I actually meant, it could seem super weird. The whole Discord kittens meme wasn't as big yet, and I just tweet so much, I just wasn't really thinking. It came out horribly, and I will never live this down. It is still something that my friends make fun of me for to this day. I was just trying to explain that when I say I love my audience, I don't mean in the same way that I love my friends or my family. That I mean it in the way that I love dogs, even though I don't know every dog personally. I can still say I love dogs. I should not have said kittens, but it's not what I meant. It was a stupid tweet. I've tweeted tens of thousands of times the last few years. It wasn't my brightest moment, but it also wasn't me trying to be weird or going kittens. It was just an emoji that I regret using. Another point of evidence towards the dream is weird narrative was me quote unquote selling my baby pictures. In 2022, my merch company sold a flash drive that was dream themed. It was going to be sold empty, and then my mom and my dad, who helped run my merch company, had the idea to put some random stuff onto the drive, so it felt more unique. I thought it was a cool idea. The content on the drive wasn't what was being sold. It was the slap wristband flash drive itself. We added some drafts of books I wrote from when I was a teenager, some memes, some old Minecraft screenshots of me and my friends, some notes and emails from teachers talking about me being rebellious in middle school, and yes, 2 pictures of me from when I was a baby. The intent wasn't at all to sell pictures of me when I was a baby, which other celebrities have actually literally done. The intent was just to show a little bit of where I'm from, like you would show pictures in a biography you would sell or something. It was my version of a little biography with writing and pictures and quotes. I think there's definitely something to be said about the concept of being in possession of a file of someone else's baby picture versus it just being in a physical book, so I totally get it. But you have to recognize that that's clearly not the intention. It should be something funny or cringe to make fun of and not be a serious thing, like being about pedophilia. But yeah, I mean, as you can probably tell by the pictures going by, I have a pretty normal life. I think I'm a pretty average guy, and 99% of the things I post online are extremely normal. Despite how much I've put myself out there, there's only a few weird out of context things to show for it, and a couple goofy photos. So yeah, I think when people say that I post thirst traps or post predatory things to my audience, they're just misinformed. I don't think that Charlie is being malicious at all. It's just a lot of misinformation, and it's something I've never really made an effort to clear up. I always lean into the cringe, but when it's being used to strengthen serious allegations, that's when I kind of have to really break down how I am. But yeah, I mean, on top of all that, my audience is not as young as people think. This isn't a hill I'm gonna die on, because I know a lot of people have their minds made up or could not be convinced. Believe it or not, I have one of the oldest audiences in all of Minecraft YouTube. I started YouTube through coding and extremely complex stuff, like reverse engineering PewDiePie's Minecraft seed. My videos, even to this day, are super long, don't have that quick retention style editing or sound effects or anything that a lot of channels do, and I also have a large pro gamer audience because my videos involve a lot of technical skill. My audience outside of YouTube is younger, but the vast majority of people I get recognized by on the street are college aged, and usually dudes being like, "What the f? It's Dream!" On Twitch, I've covered heavy topics. In this video, I'm covering heavy topics. Me and my friends all swear on every other platform, and we're definitely not kids channels in any way. Just because I post Minecraft videos doesn't mean that my audience is just little kids. Most people that watch me either used to play Minecraft or don't even play Minecraft at all. I think Charlie's audience is, of course, much older than mine, but if I posted photos like these, which, to be clear, if I was ripped as hell like Charlie, I would, 100%, it would be made out to be predatory because it's
on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say Dream's picks are like maybe a 4 or a 5 on the thirst trap scale. Charlie's are at a fucking 9, bro. Those picks of Charlie, that's a fucking 9, bro. That's a 9 trying to be a thirst trap, dog. Like that, bro. It's kind of crazy that you would go after Dream when you got pictures like that roaming around of you. It's gonna be a big yikes for me.
And that same standard isn't applied to TikTok stars or really anyone else but me, just because I'm the Minecraft guy. A lot of the photos me and Charlie have posted are actually really similar. It's just people cherry picking goofy photos of mine and then making them out to be weird. When it's just me posting random photos, because that's literally part of our job. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say about that. Now to move on and talk about some really important stuff. Over the last year and a half, there's been a bunch of really serious allegations.
I did on Twitter. I said that this was probably gonna be like a big nothing burger. I'm gonna go ahead and eat my hat right now, bro. This motherfucker got it all. He's covering everything, man. Like every last fucking thing that I could have thought of, he's already covering it. Like he's handling business, and I'm hoping that he's not going hard. That's the thing. He's not coming out swinging. What he's doing is he's covering it point by point, making decent arguments, and Charlie's case making really, oh my god. In Charlie's case, making really good arguments, and then posting evidence right after that. So he's doing a really good fucking job so far. But the allegations that I'm hungry to hear, the allegations I'm eager to hear his response for, are the PDF file allegations from Gumball and all the other haters. And then also, to be clear, the God King Turkey Tom has been firmly on the side of there's no good evidence for it. So I'm wondering if Dream can push the needle past there's no good evidence for it to now there's evidence against it. Well, we're about to find out. I'm very eager.
Admitted they were lying, but there's still some that I'm gonna address in this video. The first allegation made against me was pretty quickly discarded. It was an allegation of flirting and had some inconsistencies. I'm still taking it seriously though and don't want to overlook anything, so I'm gonna talk about it now. The first ever allegations against me that were spread pretty far were made the day after my face reveal, on October 3rd, 2022. A girl named Anastasia tweeted out, "He's only face revealing because he's scared that I'll do it first." And then she followed it up by tweeting, "I'm too tired / real life struggling to get involved, but the YouTuber trending right now already face revealed to me years ago when he was flirting with me when I was a minor." Obviously, because of my face reveal, it took off, pointing out inconsistencies, asking questions, and so on. I didn't have any inappropriate contact with this person. I didn't have any sexual contact with this person. I hardly even remember who this person is at all. And the only messages I could find with this person were friendly Twitter DMs. And even in those Twitter DMs, I mentioned that they had 18 in their bio, which they contradict. I definitely didn't face reveal to them. That's an obvious lie. Almost nobody knew what I looked like at all before my face reveal. Not even most of my best friends that had known me my entire life, let alone someone I don't even remember talking to at all. She posted a screenshot of some texts and claimed that they were from me. She showed a screenshot of my TikTok being from your contacts to try and prove that the texts were from me, which people quickly pointed out isn't possible because I have a Google Voice number hooked up to my TikTok, which isn't iMessage like the text. And again, she never claimed any sexual misconduct. She never claimed anything related to nudity or sexting. This was also in early 2020, and she had 18 in her bio. With everything and all the inconsistencies, wasn't taken that seriously. But it's still worth noting because people still somehow say this is one of 3 victims of mine. So yeah, before talking about the next allegation, I just want to address something that I think is pretty important. I see some people say, why respond to fans at all? Or that it doesn't matter what Dream said. The fact that he responded to a fan is creepy. And people saying that are missing a little bit of nuance. First of all, back when I started YouTube in 2019, obviously I had a very small community, even moving into mid-2020 before the Dream SMP. It's very common that when you have a smaller community, you're trying to grow your community. And part of how you do that is by interacting with people and responding and being active. I've always been
True.
in my community, and when I was really small, I used to respond to just about literally everyone that DM'd me, even if it was just one-word answers. Obviously later on, and as I grew, I replied less and less, and things evolved over time with my fan base growth. Like, as an example, when I started my public Snapchat in 2019, I ran the account, but in early 2020, because I was growing, I completely passed the reins off to someone else, and pretty much never logged into it ever again.
Hi, I would like to remain anonymous, so I'm just going to be calling myself Rebecca. I used to run Dream Snapchat starting in 2020. I did that for probably around a year, and I would like read through all the messages, and I'd screenshot art or funny comments, and I would respond when it was appropriate. There is definitely nothing weird going on this account. Dream hardly even logged into it, and it was mainly me. He never used it inappropriately, and although I no longer work for Dream, I am not aware of him ever acting inappropriate with fans or anyone underage.
Most, if not all, of the Snapchats I've posted since then have been through the manager account feature, meaning I use my normal Snapchat and post to my other account like a story, without even ever logging in or seeing any messages. I think that when people talk about messaging or becoming friends with a fan, most people are thinking of a stan or a super obsessive fan, because what makes you a fan? Having watched 1 video, 2 videos, 10, being subscribed? There's levels to it. My point being that when you're talking about messaging someone and it being weird, there has to be a weird dynamic. Obviously a streamer that's subscribed to me and has watched my videos in the past and DMs me should not be looked at the same as a random person that does the exact same thing. I've had fans of mine turn into friends of mine, but I don't go seeking out friendships with people who have obsessions with me. There's a difference between a fan of mine who reacts to my videos because they're entertaining and makes some content about me because that's what gets views that I end up becoming friends with, than a random stan that posts thirst edits of me. Obviously a massive difference. There's a difference between a random stan in your Twitch chat that watches every stream because they love you, and a regular viewer that's in your community because they have common interests with you that you end up becoming friends with. And at that point, they're no longer a fan. They're a friend. And in some cases, becoming some of the most beloved couples on the internet. My point is that there's a lot of levels. I think it's a responsibility of a creator to be able to recognize dynamics, avoid any weird ones. You can't just look at the fact that somebody follows you or has watched a couple of your videos and write them off as, oh, they're a fan, therefore we can have no conversation. I was also fans of a lot of my friends before I became friends with them. A lot of people that I ended up hiring as editors or art.
I don't know. I feel like you can have a relationship with your fans, but like be a sensible human being about it. Understand when you're leading them on. Like they're obviously seeking something from you that you're not able to provide. Like if you're running into somebody that's clearly wanting a relationship, as a creator, even if they're donating shit, like Darkside Phil had this problem where like a fan presumed that because they could donate so much money, that they donated so much money that they have a right to dictate how content is made. That's insane. That's a relationship you cannot abide. And people wanting relationships, like seeking romantic, like basically messaging you at 3 a.m. like, hey, what are you up to? Like shit like that, as a creator, you should shut down like immediately. Like fuck all the power dynamic bullshit. I'm telling you this as like a public image saver. Like don't fucking entertain any of these relationships or else it's gonna come back and bite you right in the ass. Like Dream might take this nuanced stance where, oh, you can reason it out. You can figure it out on your own. You can kind of feel for it, and then maybe they turn into friends that turn into best friends, or maybe they're friends that turn into girlfriends, and blah blah blah. I'm gonna tell you straight up, just the moment something seems off, disconnect, delete that person. Like the people on here, I don't know if they're actually scammers or not, but the moment I feel like they are, they're gone. They're gone because I don't want that shit in my community. I don't want graphic designers, quote unquote graphic designers, skulking about. Um, That's why I looked that person up. That's why I looked into them. Because I don't want scammers around here. I don't want people taking advantage of fans. Even if they follow, even if they're doing this, that, and the other, and I need followers right now. I'm not going to tolerate scammers. I'm not going to tolerate people trying to sell their bullshit here.
Anything are fans. And then, of course, you can become.
Hey, what's up, Narth33 over on Kick Chat? I don't know if Kick Chat appears on my main stream, but I do want to tell you that I do see your messages. How long have you been watching, Narth? I appreciate the follow, man. I think I have to create like a restreamer account to get it to where your messages pop up on stream, and I might do that later today, but just right now, know that I do see your message.
Friends. Again, the whole point is that there's a lot of specifics to it. You can't just write somebody off completely. But again, that's fans. That's not stans. Otherwise, moving back to the next very important thing. Now, the second allegation is what I'm going to talk about in extreme detail. The second allegation came out soon after the first and said that the first allegation was why they were sharing their story. It was from a girl that claims that when she was 17, we inappropriately messaged. This did not happen. Let's get into the details. On September 23rd, 2020, Amanda messaged me from her personal Instagram account, sending a message that was clearly a fan message. She thanked me for saving her life, and I replied to this message.
I like the what do you call it? I like the I like all the emotes on. I like the readiness of the emotes on Kick more than Twitch, if I'm being quite frank. And then YouTube, I think the only emotes I've seen are like hearts and surprise, like Facebook type shit. I like all the emotes on Kick. Like this little green guy. I don't know if they got a name for him on this site, but I like him.
September of 2020, I was a lot smaller than I am now, so I got a lot less DMs, and I was much more
Damn it.
active in like the fan communities and
Wait, I don't want an
people. And
extractor.
all I replied was, "Oh, thank you for the kind words." And then I also replied, "Glad to make you smile," after she followed up with the message. I put a transcript of every Instagram message that I've ever sent her.
Oh, I'm not trying to come here.
It might not be every message that she sent me, because there's proof that she deleted Instagram messages to me. An old TikTok of hers has messages from me that wasn't in her post with the accusations when she showed our messages, but my transcript tried to include those and piece it together. But again, it might not be all of them because I don't know what she deleted. I only know what she deleted from the thing she accidentally showed in her old TikTok of the deleted messages. Amanda, on the other hand, how are you doing, Dream? September 25th. The next day I replied, "I'm good, thank you. How are you?" Amanda, the same day, replied, "I'm doing okay. Could be better, could be worse. Thank you for asking." Amanda replied, "How's your kitty doing? I love cats." I replied and said she's doing amazing. September 28th, so 3 days later, Amanda said, "Dream, I need some advice. I'm trying to become a small streamer on Twitch, but not a single person joins my streams. How do I get an audience?" October 2nd, so
Bro,
2 days
same.
later, I replied and said, "Try and play with your friends maybe? Post clips to Reddit and stuff." And then she replied and said, "Okay, thank you," with a heart. The next day she messaged me again and said, "Dream, would you ever consider playing Among Us with me?" XD. I guess this was during the Among Us craze. We're still in 2020. October 5th, 2020, I replied, "Maybe," heart. Amanda said, "LOL, I'll take the maybe. That would be sick." I didn't reply. This is
Leave out that heart. Leave out that heart, Dream. From now on, bro. Don't put that heart in those fucking messages, bro. Kinda cringe. Kinda weird. Kinda sussy. Kinda sussy baka.
a month and a little bit later. Amanda said, "Hi, Dream," and then she sent another message that was deleted after she made the allegations. We don't know what it was. We only know the last couple characters.
I'm not going all the way with that
we
meme.
only know it exists because she messed up and included it in an old TikTok of hers. And then I replied and later and said hi. Amanda said, "How are you?" November 16th. So that's another few days later. I replied and said, "Good, good. How about you?" She replied and said, "I'm pretty good. Thank you."
Why is
November
this not
30th,
letting me
so
build?
another 2 weeks later, Amanda said, "Hi, Dream. I want to actually become a streamer like you and your friends. I'm just so uneducated on what supplies I need. Can you recommend me all the products I need to successfully stream, like computer, cam, mic, headset, etc.? You have no idea how I would appreciate it." December 5th, 2020. So like a week later, I replied and said, "Almost everything I have was recommended by Bad Boy Halo. Haha." Amanda replied, and she sent another message that she deleted after she made the allegations. That again, we won't know what it was. December 26th, so almost a month later, Amanda sent a video. We don't know what the video was. I don't think it was opened. I don't know though. I didn't reply. January 5th, Amanda said again, "Hi, Dream. I just want to say happy late New Year and Merry Christmas. Congratulations on everything you've accomplished this year. I hope I am fortunate enough one day to be as successful as you. If you could tell me what kind of computer you have, that'd be great." January 16th, so 11 days later, I replied, "Thank you." Amanda replied, deleted message, and then part of it was, "How are you?" But obviously I didn't reply. April 13th, so a long time later, Amanda messaged me again and said, "Hi." I replied, "Hi." Amanda said, "How are you?" I said, "Decent. How are you?" She said, "I'm all right. Thank you." Then she said, "I heard some snippets of the song you're working on, and I really like it. You have a really nice singing voice." I replied on April 14th, "Thank you." So that was the next day. She said, "You're welcome." And then December 26th, that was like a long time later, she messaged me and said, "Merry late Christmas."
Why does this not count as a resource vein?
January 10th, she messaged me and said, "Hi, my Snapchat was banned and I have no friends. How are you?" I replied 2 days later and said, "How TF does a Snapchat get banned?" Amanda replied and said, "I'm pretty sure it's because I posted videos of me smoking, but all my memories from 2014 are gone. So sad." I replied the next day and said, "Damn." And then she replied that same day and said, "Yeah, it sucks. How are your holidays?" I replied the next day and said, "Good, good. How about you?" And then Amanda replied that same day and said, "Pretty good."
What do you go to, North?
Why are you replying to her? You seem clearly disinterested. You're taking days or weeks to reply, and then when you do reply, it's very dry. Well, Instagram has a really stupid feature that makes it so that once you've replied to someone's DMs once, you can't remove their ability to personally message you, unless you block them. You cannot be following them, you can delete them from your inbox, they can still message you and pop up in your notifications. I'm showing an example on screen of my DM continuing to pop up on my alt account, just to show how it works. Obviously, given I replied to Amanda back in 2020 when I had a much smaller community, she was stuck in my inbox for the rest of time. You can temporarily delete someone from your inbox, and it deletes all of your message history to them for you, but they can still message you.
I don't like this. Hey, what's up, Ed? Right now we're watching the Dream response to the drama. I was about to get into something. If you don't like, as a creator, what do you call it? If you don't like the way a fan is interacting with you, just straight up block them. I don't know what this is, where he's like, "Well, I couldn't stop talking to her unless I blocked her." Then block her. But duh. What's the fucking problem here? It looks weird that you're not blocking her. Let's see. Oh shit, we got a new server member. add member. You do be having eyes everywhere, Ed. I think it's north, but I'm not too sure. And also, Ed, just to let you know, we have what do you call it? I'm now streaming on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch all at the same time. YouTube chat should appear in this chat, but YouTube chat should appear in this chat, in this multi-stream chat, but no promises on that. Oh, but the Kick chat you won't be able to see unless Kick chat you won't be able to see unless you're on Kick. I have to create like a restreamer account or something to like, make it to where I have to make a restreamer account or something to make it to where we actually have. I'm gonna move this over here. I have to make a restreamer account so that way it actually pops up in multi-stream. Jesus, I keep getting distracted. Let's see. I now have my Twitter open. I made a Patreon. There we go. I made a Patreon. I've got YouTube going. I've got Kick going, and I've got Twitch going. So now we're everywhere. ISO-centered magnet. Miss you, Pookie Bear. Oh, Lord. What news do you have, buddy? What's BJJ? What's that? That don't sound quite right, Ed, if I'm being quite frank. Oh, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Okay. Alright. And that's good. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is for like grappling and whatnot, right? Ground game. Listen, man. Listen, man. BJJ. I don't know, man. Kind of sus. Kind of sus, sir. I don't know. I don't know, Ed. Kind of sus. I don't know. But that's good, man. Are you doing that at your Are you doing that at your MMA gym, or are you going to a different gym for that? Also, I'm gonna keep playing this video.
With now a blank DM history. So at one point, wanting her to stop DMing me, I swiped her out of my inbox multiple times. It's actually completely provable that I did do this. I'm showing a video of my Instagram DMs to Amanda
Nice.
now, where they start in December of 2021, much later than her original DMs. Because you can't delete other people's individual messages and you can only delete entire conversations, this proves 100% that I was trying to delete her ability to message me in 2021. It also shows a problem. The only messages that I can see from Amanda were from December 2021 onward. I had no context or recollection of her original messages to me that made it clear that she was a really big fan. I don't remember everyone that messages me, who they are, where I know them from, so on. She messaged me from her personal Instagram.
I believe in you, Ed.
Fan
You're gonna be
accounts,
the next
sent me
Derek
many
Lewis.
fan messages, and she had DM'd me many times talking about content creation and streaming, some of which she deleted. She seemed very normal, friendly, and implied strongly that she was overage. What I thought about her age doesn't matter that much because nothing inappropriate happened, but it does matter to show my mindset because I don't go around befriending underage girls or people that are obsessed with me or my content. To the best of my knowledge, she was neither. Continuing with the transcript, now we get to the very end, which was our first real conversation. This one was about music, which makes sense. It's something I'm really passionate about. At the time, I was working on a song called Trust Issues and some other random music projects, and in the middle of us talking about music, I gave her my Snapchat. I said, add me on Snapchat, and she said, sure thing. Instead, I was sharing music snippets with a bunch of people at the time, and as we were talking about music, I wanted to share them with her. And I'm obviously not going to send snippets of a new song.
This is weird.
Snapchat is one of my main forms of communication. It was actually the first social media I ever got because a friend of mine wanted to start a streak with me, and it's something I started using a lot more when I became faceless on YouTube. Because yeah, stuff is deleted. You don't have to stress over people analyzing or leaking everything you say. And for me, even for something as simple as a picture of my cat, people used to zoom into my cat's eyes to look at the reflection to try and dox me. This was not uncommon at all. So of course I felt much more comfortable using Snapchat during this period, especially with people that I wasn't great friends with, but even with my best friends. Now let's go over her actual claims in detail. Amanda claims that after I added her on Snapchat on January 17th, 2022, that we started sexting. She showed that her birthday, when she would turn 18, is on February 17th. Exactly a month later. She claims that we sexted from around the 17th of January, the day I added her on Snapchat, to the 10th of February, and then that it stopped. She said that while she was still underage, we exchanged nudes. Her evidence of this was 2 photos of, supposedly me, from after she was 18, complimenting her. Her final important claim was that she traveled to Orlando in August and that we planned to meet up and have sex. And I just want to make sure that I blatantly deny this before continuing. None of this is true. And now I'm going into more detail. Now, unfortunately, because she didn't provide any proof of these things, it's difficult to be specific about some of the things she claimed. It's much easier to completely make up.
So sexting is like when, like, let's say you and I, Ed, were getting saucy, okay? And I started hitting on you. And then it escalates a little bit, and I go from hitting on you to telling you that, or to sending you photos, or for asking for photos, or just saying like very explicitly sexual stuff. That's pretty much sexting. Now, typically sexting can be something as simple as like saying what I want to do, or what would be hot that we did do, and then it can be as crazy as sending videos of, you know, to one another, or sending nudes, or just basically the long and short of sexting is doing sexual stuff over text. In this case, I don't think this is sexting, but this is definitely weird. Like I don't want to make y'all feel bad, but I'm not making a Snapchat. I made a lot of profiles for this channel, for this Twitch. I'm not making a Snapchat. I'm not making a Snapchat. I'm not making an Instagram. We're leaving it at Discord for messaging and community purposes. Patreon for if you want to support the channel, and then YouTube, Kick, and Twitch for if you want to watch content. I'm not doing Snap. I'm not doing Snap. That's weird.
Up that something happened than it is to prove that it never did. Like if I said right now, prove to me 100% that you never sexted a specific person that you've had on Snapchat at any point, it would be impossible to do. But what I can do is lay out.
That's exactly correct. That's exactly correct. You can never prove that you did not snap someone a sexual thing because snaps delete. That's why you don't use fucking Snapchat with your fans if you're trying to avoid looking weird, bro. It's just that easy. It's just that simple. I was hoping this little place would have like a workbench inside of it, but I don't think it did.
Out all the inconsistencies, talk about the proven lies, the specifics, point out questions that were never asked, and provide all of the evidence that I have. And I believe that luckily, that's way more than enough. So first, I want to talk about the timeline. Every contact we've ever had with each other before January 17th is the Instagram DMs, which I just read to you, which are now all public in their entirety in the description of this video, other than the messages that she deleted. She claims that sexting started around January 17th and that sexting stopped February 10th.
So from the 17th to maybe February 10th is the time frame where we were sexting.
So even if we say that it started a couple weeks before it stopped, you'd have to believe that every message you've just seen, we went from that to sexting days later in 2022 before my face reveal.
Even if you want to give her the maximum benefit of doubt and say that she confused the timeline, she turned 18 on the 17th, 1 week after she claimed the sexting stopped, so there's not much leeway. Secondly, we can talk about her Twitter. She tweeted out defending me from hate on my face reveal 10 days before the allegations, and was liking my tweets, including a subscriber milestone tweet 2 days before she tweeted her allegations. With the timing of the face reveal and her allegations,
I would have to know what the allegations are fully, because I'm gonna be quite frank, none of what he's just said refutes any idea that they could have been sexting. None of this refutes that, especially if you're using Snapchat. That's my problem. You can't not disprove it. Like, you can't disprove it, bro. Like, you shouldn't have used Snapchat in the first place. If you were to ask me, do I think he sexted her? I don't think so. I don't think so, but there's no way to prove it or disprove it, and there's no way she can prove it or disprove it. Man, fucking Dream be hitting women up, bro. He be rizzing them up, as the kids say.
my belief is that there was a lot of hate and that it's easy to get spiteful and join in.
You want to know how you speedrun sexting, Ed? You just send them a. This is how you both speedrun sexting and how you speedrun getting blocked. Send an unsolicited dick pic, or say that you wanna fuck the woman, and then boom, bam, instant ban, and you've completed your sexting speedrun. Congratulations. Who the fuck are these guys? Why are y'all walking up on my shit? Jesus.
On a hate train. I had ignored multiple of her Instagram DMs and Snapchat messages in recent months, and I had also made a new Snapchat that I didn't add her on. I still used my old Snapchat occasionally, but it just rarely responded. That's my only real explanation for why she flipped so quickly from being publicly positive to me to lying about me, but I guess I'll never really know. Thirdly, the only photos she showed as proof that I groomed her were both pictures from based on her own evidence after she was 18, meaning even if we give her the benefit of doubt and assume everything she's provided is real and truthful, she was 18 when these messages would have been sent, and I had no context to the fact that she was more than a small streamer. But on top of that, I unblocked her Snapchat, went through our Snapchat chats, and couldn't find either of the messages that she was talking about. I also downloaded all of our Snapchat logs using the Snapchat data tool, which she can do as well, and neither of the compliments that she showed were in the logs. Now honestly, this is pretty useless information because there's almost no messages in the logs at all, but it's still extremely weird that she was asked for these logs many times. It takes 5 minutes to download, and she never did it. Probably because it doesn't support what she was saying. On top of those things, from everything she had told me, she was 19, and we had no inappropriate contact. The context of these messages would be a 22-year-old creator calling a 19-year-old streamer gorgeous on a birthday post while giving her a gift card as a birthday present. Finally, she said that we planned to meet up and have sex in August when she was in Orlando.
It was suggested that we meet up and have sex. I was either going to have him come to the resort I was at, or he was going to pick me up and bring him to his house.
First of all,
gross.
before my face
Weird.
reveal, I did not leave my house. I was massively paranoid. I was not meeting up with a random person I had just met 2 months before my face reveal, let alone at a resort, which is what her claim was. I'm gonna go ahead and play a phone call with my mom, just to give you some perspective from before my face reveal. How many times do you think that I left the house between 2021 and my face reveal?
Wow, I don't know, 3? Maybe 4.
What did I leave the house for whenever I left the house?
Well, I know you went to the dentist 3 times, and then I think one other time was when you had the kidney stones.
So oh yeah, you're the hospital.
I think those were the only times you left the house, and we were worried because we didn't want you to call 911 because we didn't even know if they would come because of all the fake swattings and everything. So I had to come get you and take you to the hospital. So it was probably 5 times that you left.
Okay. It's not about not getting on the internet. He just shouldn't have fucking gotten on Snap, bro. Like, I have a Snapchat, but that's for, like, people I know personally. That's not for fans, bro. That's weird. It is as easy as that. That's the thing. Just don't get on fucking Snap. My wife was saying, oh, you shouldn't have gotten on the internet. Bro, just don't get on Snap. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Just don't get on fucking Snap. Don't be snapping your fans, because now there's no way to prove that you weren't being a creeper. Like, nobody will be able to ever prove that I'm a creeper because I don't message fans on fucking Snapchat. The only people I message people on is Discord, and all Discord logs are fucking saved. I know I dropped one for copper. I just don't remember where I dropped it at. Like a squirrel. So it's not this one. Damn it, I don't remember where I dropped a copper one at. Am I fucking blind? Listen, as long as you do it on, like... I'm gonna tell you right now, as long as you do it somewhere where, like, the messages can be saved and viewed later to cover your own ass, it's fine. I wouldn't recommend it, just so that way nobody has pictures of you. But as long as you do it somewhere where people can see the messages later on so you can defend yourself. But man, doing it on a website where... Doing it on Snap, man, is just the worst fucking idea. Because now you don't have proof that you either did or didn't do something. I don't know why he would entertain any chats from fans on Snap. It's just bugging me so bad.
Okay, what was the process when we did leave the house? What was the process like?
Crazy. I pulled into the garage, shut the garage door. You would get in the back seat, way back of the van, with a blanket over yourself, and you wouldn't come out from under the blanket until we were on the highway.
I was a little paranoid.
A little bit.
What was the inside of the house like?
He's looking at something. I don't know what the hell he's looking at. He's looking at something.
Every window was covered, even the high windows that were arches. We had to, like, tape curtains over them so that even a drone wouldn't be able to see in. Everything was covered. Yeah, so we had the banker come to the house because you wouldn't go out of the house, but we needed to set up bank accounts. Whatever it was that needed to happen, we were the ones that did it so that you didn't have to go out.
Okay, thank you, Mom.
You're welcome. I love you.
Love you too. Bye. Again, as you can probably tell, what she claims definitely didn't happen. Either she's telling the truth and her story makes sense, or she's not, and it doesn't. Now, some other stuff to note. After her allegations, she deleted a lot of evidence. She unliked a lot of tweets she had liked. She deleted replies of hers on Twitter and TikTok that hurt her credibility or contradicted what she was saying. She deleted Instagram DMs to me and only got caught because she accidentally showed them in an old TikTok of hers. And
You'll be a vampire.
Completely factual.
Bacon.
Later, she was bragging on TikTok.
You're blinding everyone, bro. Gotta stop.
Gorgeous, and my favorite YouTuber thought so too.
Bye-byes.
Not treating
You're blinding everyone.
She claimed happened seriously at all. People also
Bye-byes.
found old tweets of hers where she was replying very inappropriately to other streamers.
What are you doing?
She was even banned in one of my friend's chats for saying she wanted to sit on his face. These accounts weren't linked to her Instagram, so I would have no idea about them. She also replied to fans of mine questioning her with slurs. She also said that she was gonna lie and tell me that she was 18, but that she changed her mind, I guess.
So I was going to lie and tell him I was 18.
She said she would provide proof of the fact that she told me she was 17 and
That's
that I still
wild.
sexted her tomorrow.
But I didn't, and that proof will come out tomorrow.
And guess what? She never posted proof, because this never happened. She tweeted out thanking people for all the support and claimed at the end that I deleted our DMs, right as she tweeted this. And specifically said, my end too, which means her DMs too. Well, I just want to point out that this is impossible. There's not a single mainstream social media platform that lets you delete both people's messages. And we only had each other on Instagram and Snapchat, where you can't do that on either. She claimed that she was laughing and was going to prove people wrong with pictures of my penis. To which, again,
Jesus.
never happened. Lastly, she tweeted saying that she's getting the law involved and going to the police. Said she's going to put me in jail unless I confess. She said she would provide more evidence. She didn't. She said she would upload her Snapchat logs. She didn't. She said she would sue me. She didn't. Now, I'm making this video. She provided absolutely no proof for any of her claims and said that she didn't have any because she wanted her favorite YouTuber to trust her, which could be a completely valid argument, except the pictures that she posted were from a second phone, meaning there was no risk of me knowing. She was taking pictures of compliments from a second phone, but has no evidence of anything sexual, has no evidence of us planning to meet up and have sex, apparently from after these pictures were secretly taken, has no evidence of a singular inappropriate message from me or her, or even anything at all that isn't a story reply from Snapchat's story page of all your friends. What's more likely? She happens to have no evidence of anything she's claiming, even from things she claimed happened after she was taking pictures secretly using a second phone, or she doesn't have any evidence because it didn't happen. She factually deleted and hid messages, she factually lied about me deleting messages that I didn't, she called people doubting her jealous of her, was banned from streamers' chats before this for posting sexual things, and she lied about having specific pieces of evidence that she never provided because they don't exist. If she's willing to factually lie, cover up, and hide things, how can you trust anything else she says as being representative of the truth? Lastly, once again, she said she was going to take legal action. She then tweeted a picture of the inside of a police station and also said she'll come back with more evidence, to be patient, that it's a process, and that it could be days. And that's her last tweet. It's been almost a year and a half now. Obviously, nothing happened. I waited and waited. Then I got impatient, so I asked my legal team to look more into it. They got all of her information, and after filing many requests, they couldn't find anything. So, annoyed and still impatient, I asked them to get more specific. And after a lot of digging, my legal team was able to track down exactly where this picture is from based on the colors of the walls, the cameras, and a plaque outside the door. Then had someone go to the police station and requested specific records from this specific police station, and checked every record they could, criminal and civil.
I didn't find anything under either one of those names.
And there was no information at all. I was not even in their system.
So you're not listed in my system at all.
So if you want to believe everything she said, you have to
Damn.
believe either one of these two things. Either one, she lied, this photo is fake, she never filed anything, and if she's lying about that, why would she not be lying about literally everything else? Or two, the picture is real, and whatever story she told didn't even meet the minimum required standard of proof to file a single piece of paperwork that my legal team could find in over a year and a half. I also sent a photocopy of my driver's license identification to this specific police station, a copy of Amanda's information, and let them know I was happy to answer any questions. To which, again, nothing ever happened. Not a single question, there was not a single case, accusation, or anything substantial enough to even have me in any system. And inevitably, when after this video, she makes another thread or another post reiterating the same lies that she has already said, or promising even more things that she never follows through on, go to the police, or sue me. The standard of proof for you suing me is only proving that it's more likely than not that you're telling the truth. 51%. Come take my money.
Basically, the reason why he's going all out is because he's been for about a year or two now been facing these allegations that he's a PDF file and like a kid lover. And one of the main people that started this rumor was this chick. And this chick was claiming that she had gone to the cops and that she had gotten a police report filed and that it takes time for them to figure stuff out and just everyone be patient and blah, 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 blah. And then he's basically saying, not only do I know she's lying, I have proof that she's lying because I did my own deep dive investigation and I'm able to prove that she didn't even file a report at the place she claimed to file a report at. He's basically going balls to the wall trying to destroy this person so that way he can prove that not only is he not a pedo, but to also show that all the allegations, not only in making himself innocent, but showing that every allegation is totally bullshit. I appreciate the level of effort, man. This shit is fucking bananas. Like I said before, I'll say it again. On Twitter, I thought this was going to be a big nothing burger. I didn't really like Dream. But man, I was wrong. I was so fucking wrong. Dream came out swinging, bro. Dream came out swinging and with every fucking receipt imaginable. My man did not disappoint.
But she won't. Because if she does, they're not going to treat it like it's Twitter. She's going to have to address all the lies. She's going to have to address all the inconsistencies. She's going to have to address her weird comments, her false promises, her character, and most importantly, be held accountable in her real life for what she's saying. This isn't online drama. This is real life stuff. There are real victims that have been manipulated, abused, and taken advantage of. Amanda
You are hurting actual victims. You are diminishing the very real trauma that victims of grooming and abuse have gone through. You are making it harder for real victims of abuse to come forward. You are not a victim. You are not doing a good thing. No matter how terrible you think I am, or that the ends justify the means, you are hurting victims. Just in case this video isn't enough for you to realize that, check your mailbox. And that's all I have to say about these allegations. Now, before continuing with other stuff, I want to talk a little bit about what happened after these allegations. After these allegations and after my face reveal, I'll be honest, I've lost a lot of motivation. I distanced myself from Minecraft, and I even thought about quitting and retiring. Of course, it was pretty scary, and I just wanted to be able to upload Minecraft videos and have fun with my friends without worrying about people trying to ruin my life or attack my family or make up lies about me. And after all the swatting and doxing and fake allegations, it really just felt not worth it anymore. But also, I had basically been stuck inside for the majority of the last 4 years, so I just thought I'd step back for a little bit. I traveled with my friends, I met a lot of creators for the first time, I worked on music, had my tour, and really just stepped back from my online life. And I feel like during this time, I really disappointed a lot of my friends and their fans as a result. I didn't spend as much time on the finale of the Dream SMP as I should have. I wasn't good at communicating about anything, really, including important stuff for some people. I wasn't very inactive on everything, and I pretty much isolated myself from most creators that weren't in my immediate circle. There was a looming cloud over me, and I felt bad talking to people because I didn't want to bring any negativity towards anyone. Later on, I got pretty insecure about my creator friendships that weren't people that I was super close with before YouTube. And even though everyone that I was friends with was very supportive and had my back and would reassure me privately, I still couldn't help but worry that because there were people online spreading hateful things about me, that it would impact their view of me personally. At one point, I ended up making a massive mess by tweeting publicly about a problem that I had with Quackity because he wasn't replying to me for a while. We had both made translation mods, and people were claiming that we were copying each other. It was just a mess. I was 100% wrong with taking anything public. Anything that can be handled in private should be handled in private, and I
True.
belief. So the way that I handled it was totally screwed up even by my own standards. It was completely driven by fear and insecurity over my friendships, and it was not something that Quackity deserved at all. If Quackity didn't want to reply to me about it or wanted to ignore it, that was entirely within his right to do, especially given the awkward circumstances of everything. I'm extremely proud of everything Quackity has done with his project, the QSMP, and genuinely he did it way better than I ever could have. It's incredible, and everyone really should go check it out. I should have focused completely on the good that came from it all and not let myself get stuck on trying to work something out as friends when he seemed perfectly fine working on his own thing with his own community. Again, there's a lot of things that can explain my mindset, but at the end of the day, I'm sorry to Quackity and his community for creating unnecessary drama, and I hope that people can try and understand my mindset, where I was coming from, and that even if it doesn't seem like it, it's all from a place of love and care for my friends and the community. It was just an emotional time, and I made a
True.
mistake. After that, obviously even more time passed, and again, there was nothing new with the allegation. There was no updates. I talked to a lot of people for updated advice, lawyers, PR people, people with experience, and everyone told me that it's in my best interest to stay quiet. As time went on, I disagreed more and more and decided that I was going to respond against their advice. So during a live stream, I mentioned that I was going to respond soon and talked about the allegation a little bit. And of course, after this, clips of what I said were taken out of context. People were spreading far and wide that I admitted to grooming, and a lot of other really impactful lies. And of course, because of this, a lot of people on Twitter took it as an opportunity to joke about me being a pedophile. And one of those people was named Nicholas Cantu. If you don't know who that is, he's the voice actor for Gumball, Diego from Dora, and one of the turtles in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I had a terrible experience in real life with this person, so I replied to him talking about it and defending myself, and this situation blew up. I don't think I've ever gotten more hate in my life. September 23rd, I went to a friend of mine's birthday party in Austin, Texas. When I showed up, Nicholas Cantu was there. He was already drunk and was drinking. He was being very aggressive to me throughout the night. I didn't know him. This was my first time ever meeting him, and we were not friends. Eventually, while on FaceTime to show his friends, he hit me out of nowhere. Again, this was my first time ever meeting him. I was there for another hour or so, and then when leaving the party, everyone decided to Uber together because it was late and there wasn't many of us there. Nicholas ended up in the front seat of the Uber that I was in, despite my apprehension. I thought, what's the worst that could happen? It's an Uber ride, and there's other people there, so I wasn't worried. Little did I know, he ended up dropping his phone out of the Uber window in the middle of the highway, and after he got out to look for it, the police showed up and stopped him from looking because it was dangerous and dark. Eventually, the Uber driver convinced Nicholas to leave.
Well, I want to promise you that I'm sober, so if you guys want to conduct a sobriety test.
Hey, look, hey, we're about to head out.
And after we left, the Uber driver was trying to give advice to Nicholas on the police, telling him that he could have been arrested, and Nicholas did not like what he had to say.
You're retarded, you're Down syndrome, I don't give a how far did you go in your education?
Who cares? Of course, I started to get involved and argue with Nick, defending the Uber driver, and Nick did not like that at all.
Either you're going to be paralyzed or you're going to be dead. Like, I'm serious.
Okay, man. And he was saying this, of course, after he had already assaulted me. While this was all happening, one of the other two people in the car with me that I also just met that night was recording him. He was aware of this, and he was actually the one that asked to be recorded.
Thanks for recording, by the way. How long is this? But yeah, this YouTube video is going to be nuts. Subscribe to the Cantu Network. Tune your sets right there.
The next day, Nicholas sent me a very nice DM saying that he was sorry for hitting me, that he was having a really rough night, and that he was high and drunk, and said that he was sorry for spreading false allegations that he knew nothing about, saying that he recognized it could ruin people's lives. Complimented me, called me humble, grounded, and a good human. I didn't accept this apology, but I moved on, and honestly, I felt kind of bad for him. I recognized that he was once a child actor, and I feel like there's a lot of bad stuff in that industry, so I felt a little bit of sympathy. I hoped he would just learn from the mistakes he made that night and move on. But then, of course, Nicholas started tweeting, spreading the same lies about me that he had already apologized for spreading and recognized could ruin people's lives. He was also wishing death upon me publicly in Twitter replies, and that's when I realized it wasn't just one bad night, and people needed to know about this. After I shared my experiences with him, he denied everything. He DM'd me saying I was lying, saying that if there wasn't video proof, it's all lies. He tweeted denying it all, which he deleted. And then he tweeted lying more about the situation, but also admitting to some stuff while underplaying it. He blatantly lied about the fact that he tipped the Uber driver when he didn't. He blatantly lied about me sending unsolicited dick pics to people. He also deleted that tweet almost immediately after. He blatantly lied about the reason he hit me and claimed I called the girl and got slapped for it, which again was later recanted, but not after millions of people had already seen those lies. Nicholas tried DMing one of the people that was in the Uber that night with us to try and get them on his side as a witness. That caused the person who I didn't know at all to message me and tell me that they had videos of him being horrible from that night and that they don't like that he's pretending to be innocent. I asked them if they'd be willing to send me the videos so I could back up my story since he was denying it and lying, and they told me that he was threatening them to make sure they didn't give me the videos. After I ended up finally getting the videos, I posted them. I needed to defend myself against the lies that he was telling and wanted to share the proof. I also posted screenshots of text between me and the Uber driver, confirming that he had blatantly lied and didn't even tip the Uber driver. After I posted this, Nicholas went silent, deleted his tweets, and hasn't said anything publicly since. People still think that I lied and faked the Uber driver's text, or many other lies that were falsely spread by Nicholas or other people online. So I got in contact with the Uber driver from that night, I interviewed him, and I'll let him speak for himself to help clear some things up. Hey, what's the worst that can happen? It's an Uber drive. And
Oh.
What's the worst that can happen?
What's the worst that can happen? It happened.
Either you're gonna be paralyzed or you're gonna be dead. Like, I'm serious.
Okay, man. What's going on, man?
This is our Uber driver, who happens to be one of the highest rated Uber drivers in all of Texas. He agreed to come share his recollection of what happened, so I'm just gonna let him talk.
When I picked you guys up, you know, he had a lot of energy. He was wild, like putting his head outside filming. The phone dropped out of the car. When the cop showed up, the cop came up to the car at first and was talking to him. And the way that he was speaking to the cop, he was speaking like down on the cop.
I would say there are more hoes on I spent quite a lot of time on Twitter recently just because of like me trying to beef with other people and argue and shit, and also trying to find like fan bases to like dig into, try to get people to come watch. Fucking there are a lot, I mean a lot of fucking crazy people on Twitter. I would say if you're looking for women, you're gonna have better luck on TikTok and Instagram. Cause Twitter, man, Jesus, it's filled with just political extremists and fucking sycophants for celebrities. Like, the place is a hellscape right now. It's a lot worse than it used to be.
And I'm like, man,
That's right.
You need to be quiet because you're gonna go to jail if you keep talking to the cops like that. As soon as I said that, not even 20 seconds, the cop came and he was like, "You get out the car, you're going to jail." I'm trying to save you from going to jail because I don't want nobody to go to jail, period. He kept saying something about like IQ, like he felt like he was better, and I was like, nobody cares about your IQ. There's a lot of people with high IQs in jail right now. So what are you gonna tell him? You're gonna talk to him and say that you're a child star while you're in jail? So I was like, I'm trying to help you out. I don't want you to go to jail.
Like I said, I would say there's more on TikTok, man.
Which most Uber drivers would have left you. You never said anything
Like right
negative
now,
while he was saying all this stuff.
like,
Majority of the stuff
like just to prove a point, if I open up my Twitter right now, it's gonna be a bunch of like, it's gonna be a bunch of trans people. Nope, that's the wrong thing. What the fuck is David Plutato? Boom. Trans. This weird meme. Oh shit, Turkey Tom. Got Noah Smith. Love aristocracy. Got another trans person. Got a lefty. Got Wendigoon. What is this? These are just 3 racist statements to the leftists trying to paint me as some anti-migrant racist. It's not racist to want a secure border. It's not racist to want proper vetting on people. Not racist to... Huh? We're just gonna hit him with a huh? Anyway, for me, I don't know if like... For me, it's just all political people on my Twitter. Maybe it's because I keep interacting with them. That's why there's more of them for me. Did his legs snap? I don't know if they snap, but they look like they locked up. I don't know if they snap, but they look like they locked up really hard. Looked like he locked his knees and then passed out. Anyway, back to the video.
I think he was going through a lot of other things besides just being drunk. And the thing is, it doesn't really matter what he was on, what he was going through, the way he was acting. It was unacceptable. 50 or 60%, I may be wrong about the number, but something like that of all violence has alcohol in it. So if that was the case, all these people would be getting away with it. Like y'all kept saying, I'm sorry. Like we just met him.
You're gonna be forgotten like the dust in the sand when you're in the Sahara and there's 100 million, 1,000 billion sand particles. You're gonna be one of those. You're not gonna be a statue erected in gold.
Yeah, he went all into the Egyptian king and the like. He's real creative.
Yeah, did he ever tip you anything?
No, that was another lie. Well, I don't know why he said that. And you know what? At the end of the day, it doesn't even matter about the tip or anything like that. Don't say it if you're not going to do it, and don't say it at all. I wasn't begging you guys for a tip or anything like that. Man, it was an eventful night. I don't know why a lot of people think that you were the one that was doing all these things and making all this stuff up, and you wanted to do all this. I was like, he was the one that was trying to stop everything the most.
I posted like literally just like 2 screen caps of text from you, and everybody was saying they were fake. It was one of the messages where you said like there needs to be more people like you in the world or something, and they're like, when would somebody ever say that?
Because they didn't experience you in that manner, right? Yeah. Those are my real words, and I did feel that way. So I'm letting you guys know right now, all those text messages, that was me saying it. Dream did make the situation better. Everybody coming at Dream, that's not how it went down.
Alright, take it easy. I'm probably gonna end in like an hour, 20 minutes, hour, 10 minutes.
Who you are. The first impression of somebody is a lasting impression. And you were nothing but respectful since you got in the vehicle. And you tried to de-escalate everything that was going on. All the people in the back, Nicholas, if you are listening, really do some deep dive
on
yourself and figure out what the real issue was. Do a lot of soul searching. Because you are intelligent, because I could tell some of your comebacks and what were you saying, but the way you were acting was more of a cry for help. Whatever you're going through, you got to fight and you got to get some help. Don't fight other people, fight what you're going through. At the end of the day, I know we all make bad decisions and we have to learn the lesson from it. And this was just a bad decision that you made, and just learn from it. And all the different YouTubers and all the different people that were commenting about the situation, I do understand the entertainment part of it, right? And it's just I've seen a lot of memes and everything, but I was reading a lot of comments. He was saying this or he was saying that, or it doesn't make sense. All that stuff doesn't mean anything if you were not there. It's just speculation. And if somebody older is trying to help you guys out, my advice is for you guys to listen. That's it. That's all you have to do. But you don't have to be negative towards them. And we have to stick together because there's so many things that keep us apart, right? Just like if you look at it, it's the Dream and the voice for Gumball. How about you and Nicholas have a sit down with me? We talk all the issues and all the problems out, and we can show people how bringing things together from a negative to a positive. And see how that spreads. It's in the universe.
Amazing, man. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming on. I posted a longer version of this interview on my second channel if you'd like more context. We talked for a long time. Now, before I show you the most insane, hair loss inducing.
Well, man, I've been streaming for 3 hours now, man.
Reiterate a couple facts. 1, I just met Nicholas. He was already drunk when I met him. 2, The party was not my party. I did not provide alcohol to anyone. 3, I did not know how old Nicholas was. And here's a video of what Nicholas said after I found out his age and critiqued him for drinking in front of the cops.
Why are you a narc pedophile?
4, I was not the one recording, and I only posted the video because he was lying and saying unless there's video proof, it didn't happen. So yeah, now that that's clarified, enjoy.
See you soon, Ed.
As you can see, it got insane. Tweets doxing me and my friends and family got tens of thousands of likes. I have never seen that in my life. So I just want to talk very briefly about how serious doxing and swatting can be. It's a common thing for people to say that I don't think doxing is serious. In a clip that got a lot of attention from a stream of mine a while ago, I said that if you have 7 followers on Twitter, you shouldn't stress over being doxed. I don't stand by that, and I didn't mean to minimize doxing at all. I had just said before that if you dox people, you are not a part of my community, that I don't support you, and that it's disgusting. It can happen to anyone, and it can be serious to anyone. I was just trying to make the point that it's less likely to happen to somebody that's smaller, because people have less reasons to target them, and that if they were targeted, they had less reason to actually follow through on anything. But it's just not something that I should have said or something I should have explained, as it made it seem like I was supporting doxing when I just wasn't at all. I have always said that doxing is extremely serious, swatting is extremely serious, and I don't think people even realize how serious. It's not just, haha, funny, send a pizza to someone's house. It's attempted identity theft for my family members and friends, credit cards being signed up for in people's names, fans or people who dislike you showing up at your house or your family's house to try and break in, trackers being put on your family members' cars, people showing up at your little sister's job, SWAT teams being called to you and your family members' houses, bomb threats and the FBI having to make sure you're okay, people calling your 80-year-old grandma pretending to be you and terrorizing her. That's all stuff that has happened to me, my family, and my friends. They're not hypotheticals. This isn't just that you don't like Dream. It's not just me whose life you're putting at risk and who you're harassing. You're going after an 80-year-old woman who has done nothing to you. It's not just me you're hurting when you make up lies or spread horrible things. It's the 50 employees I have who also have families and lives. It's all of my friends and anyone that's ever been associated with me. My family, my grandparents, and most importantly, actual victims who have gone through traumatic things. And that's not even talking about the stuff that hasn't happened to me, but has happened to other people. Pets and people being shot by police officers during swattings. People breaking in with a gun to kill a YouTuber they don't like. It's incredibly serious, and it's not okay. That wasn't even the end of the craziness, though. That was the beginning. Because then, during the midst of all the Nicholas drama, someone tweeted out this, accusing me of sexting a 16/17-year-old girl named Jamie. Because I was currently the internet punching bag, and it was proof that
Here
the
we
allegation was
go.
justifiable, it was spread very quickly, without a lot of questions being asked. Before I break it down, I want to immediately say that this is not true. I did not groom anyone, I did not groom Jamie, and I would never be inappropriate with someone underage. When they posted this allegation, attached was a video that, of course, went viral. It was a video from another phone of a Snapchat being opened, supposedly from Dream, that had moaning in the background and a very sexual caption. This is the clip in its entirety without audio. They also attached screenshots of Discord DMs between anonymous people who were claimed to be 2 friends of Dream's and said it was them discussing me having sexted a minor. In these screenshots, they say that I was confronted about it and that I admitted it. I've shown you every piece of evidence they posted without changes, and I've mentioned everything that they've claimed. Now, just to reiterate, this is not true. Every piece of evidence is either out of context, edited, blatantly lied about, or presented in a very disingenuous way. Again, I did not groom anyone. I also was never confronted about grooming by any of my friends. Now, of course, when something like this is claimed, it's extremely serious, so I'm gonna break it down in detail. Okay, so who is this accusation from? It's from an anonymous burner account made the day of the accusation, which is interesting. So we don't know who they are, but we do know who the victim is. Jamie, right? And how old did they say she was? They said 16/17. Okay.
So what else do we know about Jamie? They said she left the internet in 2020. So because they apparently can't, let me tell you who Jamie is. I follow Jamie on Twitter, which people quickly pointed to as proof. As you can see, Jamie is also followed by Skeppy, Verb, and Spifey, other YouTubers from the community. I met Jamie when I wasn't even a YouTuber. I had just posted my first ever YouTube video less than a month before. I had less than 100 followers on Twitter the month that I met her. I made a lot of friends around this time because I wasn't a big creator and I was part of a lot of online communities as a fan. She played on Bad Boy Halo's Minecraft server and was a fan of Skeppy. I was trying to grow and make connections, and I had pretty much just made my Twitter account, so I made a lot of friends. Many people from this time I'm still friends with to this day. People claiming that me following her is proof that I sexed underage fans or groomed her at all is ridiculous. These claims are completely false. They were right about her age. She's 21 now, so she would have been around 17 4 years ago. That's about the only correct thing they said this entire time. Like, remember they said she quit the internet in 2020 as a convenient way to excuse any questions about her? Well, she didn't. She liked a tweet from last month, actively tweeted all of 2022, and she changed her bio and Twitter account name when this happened, just wanting to be left alone? That's interesting. And she actually tweeted saying she only privated her account because some of her IRL friends were finding it and she didn't want them to. I wonder why they lied about that. Maybe because the person who's claiming this doesn't know Jamie, doesn't know anything about Jamie, doesn't know me, doesn't know anything about me, and is being malicious and making up whatever they can to end my career. Let's talk about some other stuff. They also said they posted the videos with permission, which of course makes the videos seem much more real. Well, it's apparently me, and I didn't give them permission, and it's apparently sent to Jamie, and she didn't give them permission. She quit the internet. She couldn't have. They even critiqued Moist Critical for his video, saying how terrible it was, claiming that I admitted that the Snapchats were real, which I never did. In their original tweet, they notably say when she had her age in her bio, which seems oddly specific, just to remove the few people that would say, well, what if he didn't know her age? When even in their own proof, which is random Discord messages with no context or who the messages even are. In another part of their screenshot, anonymous person number 2 says this, but for some reason, that's cropped out of their tweets because they don't even know what the screenshots they're using as evidence say. They don't care about the truth. They're just making things up as they go. And because it's a claim against me, people will just believe it. They can say, Jamie left the internet. No proof, but I guess she did. They say they got permission to post these videos. I guess they did. They post a video of Snapchats. Say it's mine. They never show the Snapchat profile or any proof that it's my Snapchat, but I guess you can't change your Snapchat name for free to anything at any time as many times as you want. So it must be Dream. No more evidence needed. They're telling the truth. Even with what little context and evidence they have to crop things and lie to try and hide the fact that they know nothing. But the burner seemed so confident. They couldn't be being malicious. They even put in their bio that if Dream reached out, they would personally give him their information so that he could sue them because everything they were saying was 100% true. Oh, what? That's not in their bio anymore? That's weird. I wonder why they removed that. They did reveal who they got the original screenshots from. So let's see what that person has to say and why the burner was so confident in their claim.
I'm surprised that he's not being more petty than he is right now. I think that's like one of the only petty things he said in this video is like, oh, I wonder why that's not there. Bro, like, you got every right to go completely ham. Like, if Dream were to ever, like, if I were to ever interact with Dream and you're like, didn't you make those jokes on, didn't you say my video was gonna be a big nothing burger? I'd be like, you know what, bro, you're right. I did say that. My bad, bro. My bad, fam. Like, he has every right to be as snarky and as asshole-ish as he wants. He's been called, like, one of the worst things you can be called. There's, like, 2 things you can be called on the internet that will destroy your reputation faster than anything else, and that's being called a PDF file and being called a fucking R word, a rock starist, okay? If you get called either of those, dude, it's over. Your career is over. Everything that you thought you had is gonna be gone, like, immediately. Oh yeah, delicious helium. Why can't I put the helium in here though? I don't understand why it's not letting me put the helium inside the item. Did that do it? I don't know. Alright.
You're quite handy with the building materials.
God damn it, now I need more aluminum. Sorry, we'll connect.
Quote, I don't know Jamie. I've never known her. I've never had a private or a public interaction with her at all. Unquote. Wow, seems like they have a whole lot of information. So I reached out to them to try and find anything that I could find to find out what this was even about, because I've never been confronted by one of my friends for grooming, and I've never groomed anybody. So I found out who was anonymous in these messages, and let's hear what they have to say.
These screenshots are extremely out of context and used disingenuously to tell a story about Dream that isn't true at all. I haven't spoken to Dream in a very long time, but to my knowledge he has not interacted with underage fans inappropriately or in any way that could be considered grooming. These DMs were posted by the burner without my permission and without ever contacting me beforehand. They were sent to the burner by a vulnerable person that was upset and being taken advantage of while under the influence of alcohol. I want to be anonymous and stay completely out of this because all of the terrible stuff I've seen happen to everyone mentioned on both sides is very scary. This conversation was private in my life, and no one deserves to have their personal life dug through because of anonymous people making false claims without knowledge or context about anything they're saying.
This person was not involved at all and did not consent to anything. Now, if you're a little confused, I am too. This is a burner account making up things. Their story makes no sense. Okay, so let's just summarize this. This allegation is not from a victim. It is from an anonymous Twitter account that was made the same day as the allegation. This anonymous person claims that I groomed a girl named Jamie. They did not ever contact Jamie. They did not know Jamie. They got none of their information from Jamie. They even incorrectly said that she quit the internet years ago when she's still active to this day. They posted videos claiming to be from me to a minor. They never showed proof that it was from me or my Snapchat profile. They never showed proof of who it was to. They cropped context from screenshots, lied publicly and said I admitted the videos were from me. They falsely alluded to the fact that the victim gave them permission and ended up causing massive harassment and terror to Jamie, who they said was a victim of mine. The person in the screenshots claims that I'm not a groomer, that they're extremely out of context, and that the burner doesn't even know what was being discussed. discussed, and that now their personal life is being dug into due to an anonymous burner account. On top of that, no one even taps to open the Snapchat. There's no finger, you can't open snaps with a button, but it doesn't even matter because you can see that no buttons were pressed. So how did it open? Nobody touches the screen. You can't open a Snapchat without tapping the button to open it. So ignoring the fact that there's no proof it's even me, how is this video even real? How did it open? The video doesn't even make sense. People have also pointed out that frames are missing, and that the normal Snapchat animation doesn't play at all. But despite all of that, hardly anyone asked any questions. If you replied asking any questions, you got called a groomer supporter. Despite the fact that the proof was a video of a video of a video from screenshots of DMs of screenshots of DMs. You have to go 4 people deep to find anyone that has ever talked to Jamie. I'm not even in any of these screenshots. And the video of the video of the video has like 10 frames where you see the name Dream. Most people spreading this did 0 research, but wait, they reported me. They even reached out to the Orange County Police, my local police. They put it in writing, put their name on it, and solidified that their claims are correct.
Thank you for calling the Orange County Sheriff's Office. To continue in English, press 1. To continue in Spanish.
My name is... I have a YouTube channel and I live stream and stuff, and long story short, very recently someone anonymously posted a bunch of like fake stuff online saying that I'm a pedophile, and of course it's from like a burner, like anonymous burner account, can't really, you know, whatever. But anyway, in their post they said that they called and talked to the Orange County Sheriff's Office about it, and of course they said that to try and like make me look guilty for being like a predator somehow.
Okay, this is kind of an awkward phone call.
And try and get more information, I guess.
What's your name? People are there, they're slandering you. There's nothing, and this is we have a very broad database. Nothing, no interaction. I did last name, first name, last name, nothing. 0, nada.
So there's
nothing.
no like
no reports been made.
Reports, anything?
Nothing. Your name has nothing next to it. There's not even. So if you would like to make a report and you feel like someone is harassing you, all right. But whoever's telling you that stuff, you may need to file a complaint because that's harassment, and that's called slander. And you do have civil rights, so you can make a report if you want.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Merry Christmas.
All right. Merry Christmas.
I don't know how much stock I put into this phone call, quite honestly. This lady could just be somebody that Dream hired. I don't know. I feel like there should have been more verification that this person was actual Orange County.
And not that taking legal action as an anonymous source would prove anything, but just to be clear, I have searched far and wide, sent open access requests to police departments.
So you're not listed in my system at all.
And all police records are public in Florida, where I live. Not a single person has filed anything against me. Anything. Even though every claimant has claimed that they have. Again, not that it would prove anything if they did. It would be disproved in court, but not a single person did. I also don't have any civil cases brought against me, meaning no one has officially accused me of anything from anywhere, despite, again, every single person claiming they have. This is public record. But despite everything you've just heard before this in this video, when this tweet dropped, people were celebrating in the replies. Celebrating in the replies of a tweet that's supposed to be about a child being sexually abused. That is not okay, and just shows that you actually don't care about victims, about this. You just care about taking down Dream, which is the same thing the burner account cares about. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about what's real. They care about saying whatever they can to ruin my career. They don't care about victims. They don't care about Jamie. And if you still don't believe me, let's hear a statement from Jamie herself, who seemed terrified, didn't want anything affecting her real life, wasn't a victim before, but is now, due to all the harassment and people spreading sexual things about her without her knowledge or consent. My name is Jamie. I want to make it very clear that I was never groomed. I definitely am not a victim of Dream. I don't know how or why people are using my name and information without having ever asked me if any of it's true. Everything claiming to be about me was posted without my consent. Leave me alone. I want nothing to do with this. I have been getting harassed by people, either
Need
saying
more
I'm looking for
aluminum,
attention
more
or
iron.
digging through my life trying to confirm things I want nothing to do with. Leave me alone. Jamie's Twitter account got locked for suspicious activity after she was blocking all of her friends, so none of them would see the things being said online about her.
She didn't quit the internet in 2020 like the burner claimed, but she probably will now. She had to change all of her social media ads, and people were messaging friends of hers, all because an anonymous person made a claim on her behalf without even knowing if it's true, spreading sexual stories about her as a minor to millions of people, creating victims in the process. Hope it was worth it. So I'm sorry, Jamie. I'm sorry that you were used as bait. I'm sorry that you have your life being dug through by people. And I'm sorry to all victims that have to see this, that have more fear about coming forward, because all this is terrible and no one wins. And I'm sorry to anyone else that got involved or dragged into it. Sorry for those that were taken advantage of. I'm sorry for those that were lied to. Again, no one wins. It's incredibly hard to navigate these situations. There's no benefit to somebody putting their name and face out there to defend me or clear up complete lies if even when someone's completely in the wrong, they're still praised as a hero because it's against Dream. As I was literally about to post this video, another burner thread by a different burner was made about Jamie, claiming 24 pages of evidence that I groomed her. And the very first line of their document, the Twitter account Burner22 recently provided a screenshot of a Twitter DM conversation between them and someone by the name of Jamie. This is massively incorrect, a lie, and never happened, as you now know. The burner account was not any of the people in any of the messages, never spoke with Jamie, and the actual person in these messages has made a statement in
I hate it. Can't believe you showed that to me.
in this video debunking this, as well as Jamie. And this is the first line of their 24 pages. Their proof was all to show that I knew Jamie, followed Jamie, and that Jamie was a minor. All things that they didn't need to stalk her to do. Maybe let victims speak instead of digging into their lives. Their proof digs so much further into Jamie's life, including by stalking 4-year-old Twitter accounts of hers using the Wayback Machine, so that even content that she deleted and content from her private accounts are now being stalked. Leave her alone. This tweet has 40,000 likes in 10 hours as of me making this. This is ridiculous. Anyways, I tweeted when I first saw this claim, pointing a finger at someone that I thought was behind the burner account. I was messaged by multiple friends with proof linking them to the account. They were the only non-anonymous name on any of the screenshots, have a massive dislike for me, and were actively replying to the allegation. So my obvious assumption was that they are behind the account. This person used to be a friend of mine many years ago, and we are no longer friends for unrelated reasons. They claimed since that their only involvement was that when they were drunk and having a manic episode, that they sent some screenshots of stuff into a group chat with people that were asking them questions. They claimed that they have no other involvement. They said they don't know where the videos are from, that videos were never sent to her, and that the screenshots in her DMs were pictures and not actually videos. She claims that she did not send the screenshots, claiming that I groomed anybody, and that she had nothing to do with them being posted by the anonymous burner account. Now, if this is true, which I can assume it is, it's just another horrible thing the burner account did, taking advantage of a drunk person who was not having a good time and using their past with me to try and get dirt on me is just ridiculous. Now, I don't know who's behind the burner account because it's an anonymous account. And unfortunately, they removed the thing from their bio that said they'd tell me who they are so I could sue them. But regardless, my original tweets were worded poorly and people read into them, including her, and thought that I was claiming that the videos were real, but that I sent them to her. The screen recordings in my screenshot were from after the allegations were made, so I don't know how I would mean that. I only posted screenshots of her screen recording my chats to show that she was actively collecting information, but I see how if you don't know the dates, or really anything, then you could think that. In my tweet saying I was making a video about this, I called the audio essentially unsubstantiated revenge porn, with revenge porn in quotation marks, while of course denying that I groomed anyone. People again took that as me admitting that the audio was real, even though I literally say essentially, unsubstantiated, and put revenge porn in quotation marks. It is incredibly violating to have audio spread to the masses saying that it's you moaning, that people think is you moaning. Whether it is you moaning or not, it could be anyone moaning, it does not matter, it's still violating. This is sent to your little sister saying it's you moaning. It doesn't matter that it's not you moaning. It's being said seriously that it is. This is, in essence, revenge porn. This isn't even the only time I've had claimed sexual stuff spread about me. Once, people spread a video that was like deepfaked or something of me sucking my own dick. It obviously wasn't me, but so many people thought it was, which even caused some YouTubers to make videos like this.
You guys know I've never been the biggest fan of the YouTuber Dream, but I have always had respect for him as a person. That ends today. Dream sucked his own dick. You know, I thought this was some sort of joke.
Face.
And then I saw the reply. Was a video of Dream sucking his erection.
But of course, while this was all going on Twitter, it just was okay to lie about me. And all the people posting fake screenshots and memes and taking things seriously from parody accounts just proves how easy it is to fake this stuff.
So let's talk about fake allegations and how horrible they are. It's become a bit of a trend in the online space, or at least the gaming space, to fake grooming allegations. There have been fake allegations against Bad Boy Halo, which the person ended up tweeting and admitting they were fake and saying that they're just kids that made a mistake after he legally threatened them. There have been fake allegations made against Sapnap that, again, they admitted were fake. After I replied this time and called out something that was wrong with their story, they continued to lie and try and convince me, though. There have been false allegations against Carl, Rambu, Wilbur, probably every Minecraft gaming creator you know. Me saying any name doesn't even matter. Not everyone gets traction, and not everyone has as much effort put into it, but there have been hundreds. There were a few notable ones against me during the last month. One was disproved because it was proved that the video was edited, based on a frame hop. Another was disproved because of a photo in the background was from Tumblr. But there was one thing similar between all of them. They all showed fake evidence. They all showed fake edited Snapchats. They all showed fake edited pictures or videos. And that is scary. But sometimes they didn't even need evidence. Someone tweeted out that I wasn't working on my video, that I was actually out meeting a fan I met when they were 16 at a bar, and that I got stood up and laughed at by everyone. And this just didn't even happen, but you don't even need any proof. It was Thanksgiving, and I was charging my car by my grandparents' house, and I went to a non-alcoholic bar and played ping pong, and was never stood up by anybody. They can just make up whatever they want, and rudely take secret pictures of me, and people will believe it. This is crazy stalker behavior. They even said that I was the most ass ping pong player in the place, when I was undefeated. They even had to lie and slander my ping pong record. And then of course, parody accounts are tweeting-
I want proof on the ping pong record or I don't believe it.
Threatening them legally, or lots of other stuff. And again, this just shows how easy
Dream, play ping pong with me right now.
Burner account that has no accountability. One of the people that made the fake allegations even tweeted that I can't sue them, that they're anonymous and on a VPN after they were caught. People will take a claim with almost no evidence and run with it and ruin people's lives, hundreds of jobs, families, not even just when it's me. It may only be a trend in the Minecraft space right now, but it won't be that way for long. Okay, XQC, I know you're probably watching this. I want you to address this. What do you have to say for yourself? It's irrefutable proof. Look, here it is on a second phone.
That's the thing about you, dude. Like, it's bad. What the fuck is Gag Daddy? What the fuck is he talking about? What is this shit?
Prove to me you didn't send me this video. Or you're a pervert. Forever. And everyone watching this will now know it. Or Pokimane. You've been getting some hate for your cookie prices recently. And I don't mean to expose you, but you did say this to me.
Bro, ain't no way. I don't believe this.
And I think that's disgusting. What do you have to say for yourself? What more proof do you need? I also have the cookies she sent me and a signed note from her. This is irrefutable evidence. You get the point. I made all of those pieces of evidence in 10 minutes with only free programs. What's stopping anyone from going and making a fresh account, faking evidence, and then accusing a person they hate of something vile? Be careful what you believe and ask questions. Believing real victims is important, but not believing fake victims is very important to real victims too. As for my conclusion on this video, I have a couple things to say. First of all, I just want to recognize that I'm probably in this position because of myself. People that made these claims undoubtedly had unhealthy parasocial relationships with me, and that's why it's gotten to this point. I want to and will do anything I can to denounce this. My view on fans has shifted slowly over time, jumping massively when I face revealed and actually got to meet fans in person, which made things much more real and massively changed my perspective. I think it's incredibly unhealthy to be obsessive with someone, and I also think that it's clear to anyone that's stepping back and looking at these situations that people obsessively hate me and are making up lies about me, which is also because of parasocialness. Parasocial love turned to parasocial hate, and I have no doubt that the anonymous people making these fake allegations were once big fans of mine. I grew up being a massive fan of football, and I had jerseys of my favorite players and was very passionate, so I've always related to stands in that way, but my passion never turned to obsession, and I never truly realized how serious it can get, even sometimes when people were literally telling me. I think that part of why I'm in the position that I'm in right now is because I started pulling away from my fans after my face reveal. Meeting fans in person made things much more real, and I wasn't so chronically online anymore because I actually had real life and things to do. I think that the fact that I'm a very relaxed person overall that has relaxed boundaries has encouraged that type of behavior too, so I'm just gonna re-clarify some of my boundaries. One, I don't support any sexually explicit art of me or my friends. It never bothered me personally that much because I don't really care about anything, but it is just weird, especially if you're a minor and drawing anything like that. That's
Based.
gross. I don't support anything inappropriate for minors at all. Art, TikToks, comments, anything. It's gross.
Based.
2, serious shipping is bad. I think that prying into people's private relationships, being deeply speculative or anything like that is terrible. I don't mind jokes. I don't mind doing it for
Dream
fun,
telling
but
all of
anything
his
serious really
fucking
crosses the line.
fans
Again, I've
to
always
stop
found it
making
fun
fan
to
art of
actually
him and his
George because
fucking
we're not dating. We're
friends.
But if you genuinely think that we're dating and it's part of your personality or you obsess over it, you need to get off the internet. That is not healthy. I'm sure I'll make more clarifications in the future, but I just don't want anything weird. Don't obsess over me or my friends. I deleted a video called Stands on my second channel that I made a while ago that I don't necessarily view the same way now. That doesn't mean that I don't appreciate you as a fan, but again, just be normal. Be the passionate fan, not the stalker, obsessive fan. I've already had people with access to all of my accounts for a long time, but I will be slightly changing how I use my accounts now. At the end of the day, I do just want to make Minecraft content and have fun with my friends. That's it. That's all. Because of that, I've been a bit of a detriment to myself by arguing on Twitter or getting into petty drama that I don't need to. So because of that, I'm just not going to be using Twitter anymore. I'm going to have someone run my Twitter and post tweets promoting my content. I'll still tweet non-promotional stuff, just with it being positive only and going through multiple people. And I don't want anyone that's a fan of mine to take anything super negative away from this video or think about things in a really sad way. I want to be positive, and that's one of my favorite things about having a community at all, spreading positivity and love. So try and be positive. Say something nice today. Do something nice today. I don't want to keep letting this cloud loom over my head though, so I'm just going to move on. I don't plan on making any more statements, and I don't plan on talking about this anymore. This is it. I just want to focus on making the best content that I can. So that's what I'm going to do. I have tons of Minecraft content that I've been working on, and I'm super excited to put it out there. Pretty crazy. And I've been working on some stuff for over a year now. I don't want to throw the excitement away. And again, this was by far the biggest reason for my inactivity. So Minecraft Dream will be coming back full force.
Aluminum, iron.
Just focusing on putting out awesome Minecraft videos like I used to do. So yeah, I appreciate everyone that watched this video all the way through. I'm sure it was a roller coaster. There's tons of links and information as well in the description. I also posted multiple videos on my second channel. See you guys soon.
Alright. That's gonna get a like from me, a big up from me. I feel like he covered everything pretty well. The snap stuff, I'm a bit iffy on, but I'm just a paranoid fuck, so I could just be reading too much into it. I'm gonna say though, straight up, if you're a content creator or if you're a streamer or anything like that, don't make a Snapchat. Don't fucking contact your fans on Snapchat. Not a good idea. Never a good idea. Please don't fucking do that. Only because you can have psychos. I don't even know if they're psychos or not. People like Jamie or the other girl that just come around and lie about you, and you have no way to prove them right or wrong. So just please, for the love of God, don't fucking, don't get a snap. And if you do have a snap, don't share it with your fans. Keep that between you and your personal group of people. Now I need to go get the aluminum. Yes, wife. Oh, oh shit. Amazing. It do be kind of crazy. Yeah, with that, I think that's gonna do it for this stream, guys. Main takeaways: don't get into open relationships. Don't trust 20-year-olds with your deepest, darkest secrets because they're gonna mind fuck you. Don't make Snapchats and communicate with your fans. And for the love of God, maintain that border with your fan base if you're ever wanting to become closer with them. Understand that there is a line and that once it's crossed, you need to establish yourself and be comfortable with banning those people. But yeah, thank you all for dropping by. If you're viewing this on Twitch, YouTube, or Kick, if you would please hit the follow button just so I can build up my fan bases, and also so that way y'all are informed whenever I stream next and whenever I'm live. For the most part, I'm pretty accurate with my schedule. Today I'm ending a bit early, only because I started really early. Yeah, if you want to support the channel, be sure to join the Discord or donate on Patreon. But the only tiers right now are the $1 and $5 ranges, which I do need to check real quick. I called it the fucking Nihilist Pixel Support Group just because I think that's funny. Alright, nobody. If you are a $5 menu, if you are a $5 tier sub, I'll shout you out at the end of every stream. If I get a notification for it live, I'll shout you out live. Yeah. The lowest tier is $1, and like if like the dollar helps a lot. Just so I can start building stuff up. But yeah, or what do you call it? What is it called on YouTube? Subscribe on YouTube. Follow on Kick and Twitch. Follow me on Twitter. All that good stuff. But yeah, thank you all. Oh, fuck subscribing on Twitch with Amazon Prime. Okay, fuck subscribing on Twitch. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't know how long I'll be on that platform. Because today I streamed Destiny, and I'm probably gonna get a bit ballsier when it comes to streaming stuff like that on Twitch. Only because the Scottish voice actor is there, and fuck that guy. So, my cat is so fat he's moving all the blinds across. Yeah, don't worry about subbing on Twitch. Don't worry about super chatting on YouTube. Don't worry about whatever the fuck it is, paid sub on Kick. Just Patreon. Patreon only. $1 to $5 range. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for $30 super chats. I'm not asking for bits. Okay? Patreon only. Because I'm almost positive that one of these platforms is going to get on my ass someday. Yeah. Eventually, we might have to go the fucking Sam Hyde route and stream only from Gumroad or stream only from Patreon or Subscribestar. But for now, if you're wanting to donate, if you're wanting to help out, Patreon only.